There was no warning, no gradual buildup, just a sudden tsunami of pure blue sun energy that crashed into me with such force that it would have drove a normal initiate to their knees. But I had the Genesis seed, and it responded instantly, spreading its protective branches over my inner world. The energy didn't so much enter me as it was filtered through the seed, which absorbed the raw power and purified it before passing it to my inner world's blue sun. That was intense, I thought to Azure as I sat down on the cushion and got into the meditative stance that Thera taught me. I'm beginning to understand why some candidates burn out. The cerulean spire appears to be a natural amplifier, Azure observed. The concentration of blue sun energy here must be at least 10 times greater than in the meditation hall. During my practice sessions, we determined that allowing my blue sun to grow to approximately 5 times its original size would place me somewhere in the middle of the pack. Respectable enough to justify my presence among the candidates but not exceptional enough to win the position of saint. Even with the quality and quantity of energy here being significantly higher than in the training halls, the same principle should apply. The math was straightforward. If everyone's capacity remained the same but the rate of energy input increased tenfold, then logically, everyone would reach their maximum absorption point in roughly 1/10 the time. So, instead of using time as our primary metric, we decided to use the blue sun's growth. With a target of 5 times the original size confirmed, I settled into the rhythm of meditation. But it wasn't long before something unexpected began to happen. The cerulean vein, now fully activated and channeling enormous amounts of energy provided to it by my blue sun, started to emit a soft, pulsing glow that spread throughout my inner world. The light touched the artificial trees I'd created in the northeast quadrant, and for a moment, they seemed to shiver as if caught in a breeze that didn't exist. Then color began to seep into the previously monochrome structures. The lifeless wood took on varied hues of brown, from rich mahogany to pale birch. Bark textures became more pronounced, rough and ridged in some places, smooth in others. Most remarkably, tiny buds appeared at the tips of branches, swelling and then unfurling into delicate leaves that captured the blue sun's light. What had been mere decorative elements were transforming into living organisms. Azure? I called silently. Are you seeing this? Yes, Master. The cerulean vein appears to be channeling life energy into your creations. It's as if the blue sun energy is awakening potential that was dormant in these forms. I watched in wonder as the process continued, spreading from tree to tree throughout the garden quadrant. These weren't temporary manifestations like the momentary, almost living quality the trees had displayed when the blue sun passed over them before. This was a true transformation. The wooden sculptures were becoming actual trees with functioning biological systems. The life comprehension crystal, I whispered, moving through my inner world to touch one of the newly living trees. Its bark felt warm and slightly rough against my spiritual fingers, a sensation far more complex than the smooth wood of my original creations. It showed me how to do this, but I didn't have the ability to attempt it until now. The cerulean vein provides the perfect conduit for life realm energy. Azure nodded. Its arboreal spiral design is naturally attuned to life and growth. An idea sparked in my mind. If the blue sun energy channeled through my cerulean vein could awaken the dormant potential in my tree sculptures, what else might be possible? Could I actively direct this process rather than merely allowing it to happen spontaneously? I focused on a small section of the garden quadrant where I had yet to create any sculptures or structures, just bare soil waiting for future projects. Reaching out with my consciousness, I gathered a stream of the blue sun energy being channeled through my cerulean vein and directed it toward this empty patch. I visualized a grove of saplings, not fully formed trees, but young ones just beginning their growth. I remembered what the comprehension crystal had shown me about kindling the first sparks of life, about coaxing complexity from simplicity. The soil in my inner world contained the elements needed for life, nutrients, minerals, the building blocks of organic matter. What it lacked was the organizing principle, the spark that would arrange these components into a living system. I concentrated, infusing the visualization with layers of meaning as I had learned to do when creating my cerulean vein. Growth, transformation, the cycle of seasons. the stretching of roots into soil and branches toward light. I poured these concepts into the stream of blue energy, willing it to catalyze the dormant potential in the earth. For several moments, nothing happened. Then, gradually, the surface of the soil began to stir. Tiny green shoots pushed upward, unfurling slender stems and miniature leaves. They grew visibly inches at a time, reaching upward with an almost eager quality. Within minutes, a cluster of saplings stood where there had been only bare ground, their leaves trembling slightly in my inner world's gentle breeze. It worked, I breathed, amazed at what I had accomplished. They're actually alive. I moved closer, examining my creations. They weren't just animations or imitations of life, they were the real thing with functioning biological processes. I could sense the movement of nutrients from soil to leaves, the respiration occurring in their tissues, the slow but purposeful growth continuing in roots and branches. Impressive, Azure commented, circling the grove of saplings. Though there's a limitation you should be aware of. I raised an eyebrow, prompting him to continue. These plants are surviving primarily because of the constant stream of blue sun energy, he explained, gesturing toward the glowing cerulean vein. While they've achieved biological functions, they're still dependent on this artificial support. To truly thrive, they'll need other elements of a complete ecosystem: water cycles, insect pollinators, soil microorganisms, balanced temperatures, and so on. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. He was right, of course. I had created living trees, but not a living ecosystem. The plants might survive for a time on the energy I was providing, but eventually, they would require the complex web of relationships that sustained life in natural environments. Let me try something more ambitious, I said, feeling emboldened by my success. I redirected my focus to another section of the garden quadrant, this time envisioning not just plants but a more complete microenvironment. I already had the soil and now living plants. What I needed next was water. In the northwest quadrant of my inner world, the mountain ranges contained deep valleys that I had designated for future rivers. If I could create actual flowing water in those channels, it might begin the hydrological cycle my growing ecosystem would need. I concentrated, attempting to draw on the water essence I had absorbed in the past. Water had always been more difficult for me to work with than wood, but the principles were similar. Water, like wood, followed patterns. It flowed, it pooled, it evaporated and condensed, creating cycles of movement that sustained life. Gathering another stream of blue sun energy, I directed it toward the empty river valleys, visualizing clear water welling up from underground springs, collecting into pools, and then flowing downward through the channels toward the garden quadrant. The results were underwhelming. A thin trickle of moisture appeared at the head of one valley, seeping slowly downward like morning dew rather than the robust stream I had envisioned. It moved perhaps a few yards before seeping into the ground and disappearing entirely. Not quite the mighty river you were hoping for? Azure observed with a hint of amusement. I sighed. Water is clearly not my strong suit. It's not necessarily a matter of elemental affinity, Azure responded. Remember what Professor Thura mentioned about Lightweaver techniques? They work best through mediums that help focus and express meaning. You're trying to create a river directly, without a suitable medium to channel your intent. So I need, what? A painting of a river? I asked, considering the Lightweaver methods I had briefly explored. Azure nodded. When you begin painting, you'll likely find it much easier to complete your ecosystem. The medium provides a bridge between your intention and the manifestation. That made sense. Despite my life comprehension knowledge, I was still limited by the mechanisms available to me for expressing that understanding. The cerulean vein worked wonderfully for plant life because of its arboreal spiral design, but it wasn't optimized for other elements of an ecosystem. For that reason, I decided to experiment more with plant life. Let's try create spiritual plants, I proposed, focusing my attention on an empty patch of ground. Unlike normal flora, these had complex energy structures, often developed over hundreds or thousands of years of absorbing specific types of qi. Some could enhance cultivation, others could heal wounds or purify toxins, and the rarest could even extend lifespan or unlock hidden potential. Unfortunately, I couldn't recall anything specific about any of the spiritual plants I'd come across in my time in the library, but luckily for me I had Azure. He provided the details for the ember root, a moderately rare spiritual herb that grew in volcanic soil and was prized for its ability to warm the body's core and protect against cold-natured poisons. Its distinctive red leaves and orange root system should be relatively simple to reproduce compared to more exotic varieties. I visualized the ember root in detail, from its fiery coloration to its internal energy circulation. Then, drawing on the life comprehension I'd gained from the crystal, I attempted to create not just its physical form but its spiritual properties as well. I channeled blue sun energy through my cerulean vein, focusing it with precise intention. A small sprout emerged from the soil, its stem a promising crimson hue. For a moment I thought I had succeeded, but as it grew, the color began to fade, turning to a conventional green. The distinctive energy signature I had tried to imbue it with dissipated, leaving nothing but an ordinary seedling behind. I murmured, studying my failed creation. Not quite what I was aiming for. An interesting result, Azure observed. You've created life, but not the specific type you intended. I frowned, considering what had gone wrong. I understood its physical structure well enough, but the spiritual properties. Spiritual plants aren't just shaped by their genetics, Azure explained. They develop their unique properties through prolonged exposure to specific energy sources and environmental conditions. The ember root absorbs and processes volcanic chi for decades before it develops its characteristic warmth. So, I'd need to understand and recreate not just its form, but the entire process of its spiritual development, I concluded. Precisely, Azure nodded. You would need to deconstruct a real ember root, analyze how it processes and stores energy, then recreate those internal structures and fill them with the appropriate type of chi. That made sense. The alternative would be to create the perfect environment for spiritual plants and let them develop naturally over the years instead of trying to directly bring them to existence. After what felt like hours of experimentation, though who could tell with the time distortion, I paused to assess my progress. The garden quadrant now contained dozens of living trees of varying species and sizes, patches of flowering plants, and even some ferns and mosses growing in the shadier areas. The mountain quadrant had a few small springs and seeps, though nothing approaching the river system I'd envisioned. It was progress, certainly, but far from the vibrant, self-sustaining environment I'd hoped to establish. You're being too ambitious, Azure said, interrupting my somewhat disappointed assessment. Remember that even the Celestial Sovereign took time to develop a complete ecosystem. You're trying to accomplish in hours what naturally takes decades or centuries. I nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. You're right. I should focus on smaller victories for now. Besides, Azure added, each living element you've added strengthens your inner world. Even these partial successes are valuable for your cultivation progress. That was an important point. The development of an inner world was a crucial aspect of my cultivation journey. The more complex and vibrant it became, the higher I could climb through the realms. Many cultivators stalled precisely because their inner worlds lacked the necessary depth and vitality to support further advancement. By establishing actual living organisms in my inner world, I was creating a foundation for future growth. Each tree, each flower, each drop of water, they all contributed to the overall complexity of my spiritual space. Given time and continued effort, this foundation could potentially support advancement to the life realm and beyond. Master, the blue sun has now reached our target threshold. Azure's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. It's currently 5 times its baseline size. I nodded, both relieved and slightly disappointed. Part of me had enjoyed the experimentation, enjoying the creative possibilities the blue sun energy and my new comprehension offered. It would be difficult to make similar progress outside of the Cerulean Spire. Nowhere else could compare to the quality or quantity of blue sun energy it contained. You're right, I sighed, returning my awareness to the physical chamber around me. The chamber looked exactly as it had when I entered, though the blue light seemed perhaps a touch brighter. Whether from increased sensitivity in my perception or actual changes in the room, I couldn't tell. I uncrossed my legs, stretching slightly to relieve the stiffness of prolonged meditation, then stood and approached the formation panel by the door. It glowed with a soft azure light, waiting for my touch to signal the end of my test. "How do you think we did?" I asked Azure as I raised my hand toward the panel. "Based on our calculations and the blue sun's growth, I would estimate we've performed at approximately the 60th to 70th percentile of candidate capacity," he replied. "Certainly respectable, but well below what would be expected of the top contender." "Perfect," I nodded, satisfied with this assessment. Enough to justify continued training and access to academy resources, but not enough to win the same position or draw unwanted attention from higher-ranking lightweavers like Cal. "Unless," Azure cautioned, "the quality of your absorption is somehow being measured separately from the quantity." The elder did mention that quality of resonance was also a factor. That was a valid concern, but there was little I could do about it now. Let's hope for the best. With that, I pressed my palm firmly against the formation panel and stepped into the portal. The sensation of emerging from the cerulean spire was like breaking through the surface of water. One moment, I was surrounded by the intense blue light of the testing chamber. The next, I stood blinking in the relative dimness of the courtyard where we had first gathered. My vision adjusted quickly, revealing Elder Soren standing by the entrance. But he wasn't alone. Several other elders flanked him, their expressions unreadable beneath ceremonial hoods that cast their faces in shadow. To Soren's right stood Dorian, arms crossed tightly over his chest, a thunderous scowl darkening his features. Beside him was Bren, whose stoic expression betrayed nothing of his thoughts. I released a quiet sigh of relief. Not the first out, but certainly not the last, exactly the middling performance I'd aimed for. Thank the Genesis seed, I thought to myself. With any luck, this whole ordeal will be over soon, and I can fade into the background as just another talented Academy initiate. The tranquility of this thought was immediately shattered by Elder Soren's words. "The final 3 have returned," Elder Soren announced. The words hit me like a physical blow. "Final 3? My gaze immediately snapped to my sides, and sure enough, there stood Eric on my right, casually brushing dust from his ceremonial robes. Then to my left, where Leyland was smoothing her hair back into place, her cheeks flushed slightly from exertion. It seemed that the 3 of us had emerged at virtually the same time. This was not part of my plan at all. "What happens now, Elder Soren?" Leyland asked, her voice steady despite what must have been an exhausting ordeal. "Has there ever been a 3-way tie before?" Murmurs rose from the gathered elders. One of them, a thin woman with silver-streaked hair, leaned forward to whisper something to Soren. He nodded in response. "In all the recorded history of the selection," Elder Soren replied, his eyes sweeping over us, "there has never been a 3-way tie for duration." A smile slowly spread across his face, crinkling the corners of his eyes. "But time isn't the only way to determine a winner." With a flourish that seemed practiced for dramatic effect, he unfurled a scroll that must have been treated with some form of light manipulation technique. As it opened fully, an image projected above it, a blue leaderboard hanging in midair. I stared at the projection, my heart sinking as I read the names and times. 6. Amira Dawn, 65 minutes. 5. Dorian Valaris, 95 minutes. 4. Bren Hart, 100 minutes. 3. Eric Lemonov, 101 minutes. 2. Leyland Varian, 101 minutes. 1. Tomas, 101 minutes. The times explained Dorian's sour expression. But what made my blood run cold was that my name, or rather Tomas's name, was at the top of the list, glowing with a brilliant golden light that separated it from the rest. "As you can see," Elder Soren continued, "the 3 of you endured exactly the same duration within the spire, but what you could not see was the quality of energy each of you absorbed." He gestured to the scroll, and the projection shifted, displaying additional information beside each name. Complex glyphs and measurements appeared, most of which meant nothing to me, but the differences were clear even to my untrained eye. Eric and Leyland's almost identical readings were high, exceptional, even. Mine were literally off the chart, with several indicators simply showing the infinity symbol. The testing chambers are designed to adjust the quality of blue sun energy based on each candidate's resonance, the elder explained. For most candidates, the energy remains at a standard level, pure, but well within the range that most talented candidates can process. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. He paused, his gaze settling on me with an intensity that made me want to take a step back. For exceptionally gifted candidates, the chamber may increase the quality by increments, testing the limits of their resonance. In the history of the selection, the highest recorded quality adjustment was 173%, achieved by Saintis Kiera over 6,000 years ago. Another dramatic pause. No candidate in today's selection required any major adjustment, except one. All eyes turned to me. I felt the weight of their stares like physical pressure. Tomas, Elder Soren announced, his voice vibrating with barely contained excitement. The chamber adjusted to maximum quality for you, a full 300% increase, and still your resonance never faltered. One of the elders, a portly man with a magnificent white beard, murmured loudly enough for all to hear. We haven't seen such high resonance in all recorded history. Another, the silver-haired woman, added, It's as though he is the personification of the blue sun itself. A cold sweat broke out across my back. This was the exact opposite of what I'd wanted. I'd aimed for mediocrity, for the comfortable safety of the middle ground, but somehow I'd achieved the worst possible outcome. I'd become remarkable, noteworthy, the exact kind of anomaly that would draw Cal's attention immediately. My mind raced through possibilities. Could I excuse myself? Feign illness? Decline the position? No, Elder Soren had already made it clear that the orb's choice was non-negotiable. The blue sun had chosen me, and refusing would be tantamount to heresy. What about more drastic measures? Could I simply flee? Or even end things? The thought was dark, but in a world of time loops, death was sometimes merely a reset button. But no, that wouldn't work either. I glanced around at the rank 7 elders surrounding us. To their perception, my movements would be excruciatingly slow. They could stop a suicide attempt before I'd even channeled a technique. And even if I somehow succeeded, Cal would hear of this, and in the next loop, he'd come looking for the not-so-ordinary village boy. And with that, the selection is complete, Elder Soren announced, his voice cutting through my panicked thoughts. Tomas of Porvale Village has been chosen as the new saint. Leyland turned to me immediately, a genuine smile lighting up her face. She reached out, touching my arm gently. Congratulations, Tomas, she said, and I could detect no hint of envy or resentment in her voice. I always felt there was something special about you from the moment we met. I forced a smile onto my face, hoping it looked more natural than it felt. Thank you, Lady Leyland. Your words, they mean a lot. Inside, I was screaming. This was a disaster, a complete and utter catastrophe. Master, Azure's voice whispered in my mind, try to remain calm. I took a deep breath, focusing on slowing my heartbeat. Azure was right, the last thing I needed was to appear nervous or guilty. Around me, the other candidates had varying reactions to the announcement. Eric approached with that same genuine smile he'd worn throughout our brief acquaintance, bowing slightly. Well deserved, Tomas, he said, and somehow I believed him. I look forward to serving alongside you in the order. Bren merely nodded, his expression unchanging. But there was something like respect in his eyes now. Heart acknowledges strength, he said simply before turning away. I wasn't completely sure if he was referring to himself in the third person or if he meant his actual heart. With his stoic demeanor and minimal speech, it was hard to tell if this was just how he talked or if he was making a profound statement about inner recognition. Either way, his acknowledgement felt genuine. Dorian, predictably, looked like he'd swallowed something particularly foul. His face had turned an interesting shade of purple, and he seemed to be physically restraining himself from saying something regrettable. After several seconds of visible internal struggle, he managed a stiff bow. House Valaris, Congratulates you, he ground out, each word clearly painful. The Blue Sun's judgment is final. With that, he turned sharply and strode away, his custom robes billowing dramatically behind him. I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. His entire life had been building toward this moment, only to have it snatched away by a supposed village boy. I glanced around the courtyard, suddenly realizing someone was missing. What happened to Amira? I asked. Is she? Elder Soren's expression darkened. Candidate Dawn pushed beyond her limits, he said gravely. She is currently in the medical quarters. The healers believe she will recover, though she may bear the scars of her imprudence for some time. I winced at the news. I hadn't known Amira well, but her cheerful demeanor and genuine curiosity had been refreshing amidst the formality and ambition of the selection. Tomas. Elder Soren straightened his robes and adopted a formal posture. As tradition dictates, it is time for you to meet the current saint and have the mantle of sainthood passed to you. My heart skipped a beat. I had never considered who the current saint might be. In all the discussions and preparations, no one had mentioned a name. I assumed it wasn't Cal, as he was typically referred to as a new elder rather than the saint. The only thing I knew for certain was what Leyland had mentioned during our journey to the academy, that the current saint was dying, which had accelerated the need for this selection. Who is the current saint? I finally managed to ask. You will meet him soon enough. Elder Soren's eyes twinkled. Come. The ceremony of transference awaits. The private chamber of this particular rank 8 elder was sparse by the standards afforded to someone of his rank. A simple bed covered with blue silk sheets, a meditation platform positioned to catch the blue sun's first rays, and walls lined with scrolls and paintings. The only true luxury was a large desk crafted from rare silver-veined wood, its surface nearly hidden beneath various manuscripts and sketches. Cal stood at the window, gazing out at the Blue Sun Academy sprawled below. From this height, he could see the entirety of the complex. Training grounds, dormitories, research facilities, gardens, and the majestic cerulean spire rising in the distance. The scene was peaceful, serene, utterly at odds with the bloody images still replaying in his mind. The Red Sun Academy in flames, the 4 elders falling one by one, and finally, Headmaster Hiron, standing amidst the destruction, seemingly unmoved by the devastation around him. Cal could still feel the phantom pressure of Hiron's hand around his throat, the burning corruption of the Red Sun's energy seeping into his flesh, and the final, brutal moment when everything went dark. His hand unconsciously rose to his neck, fingertips tracing skin that was whole and unblemished in this timeline. Yet the memory of his head, severed from his body, remained as vivid as if it had happened in this iteration of reality. Still not enough, Cal murmured to the empty room. Even with all this knowledge, all this preparation, he had performed better than in previous loops. His improved techniques had dispatched the elders with greater efficiency. His counterformations had been more precise, his paintings more powerful. And yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Defeat at Hiron's hands. Frustrated, Cal walked over to the small table where his scrolls and brushes waited. He selected a brush and began to paint, not on paper, but directly into the air before him. The brush left glowing trails of blue energy that coalesced into an image of Headmaster Hiron. Even rendered in pure light, the figure radiated menace, his clear eyes lacking the madness that characterized most high-ranking skybound practitioners. What makes you different? Cal asked the luminous portrait. Why does the Red Sun's corruption not touch you as it does the others? The question was one he had pondered across hundreds of loops. In each iteration, he sought new clues, new insights into the mysterious headmaster who seemed immune to the madness that inevitably claimed all who channeled the Red Sun's energy. Understanding Hiron's secret might be the key to everything. To breaking the cycle, to healing the breach, to saving their world from what was coming. With a gesture, Cal dismissed the image, the blue light dispersing into motes that faded like dying fireflies. He set down his brush and sank back onto his meditation cushion, his mind turning to other concerns. The time loop was both blessing and curse. It granted him endless opportunities to refine his approach, to learn from his mistakes, to accumulate knowledge that would otherwise take lifetimes to gather. But it also trapped him in a relentless cycle of failure and repetition, forced to watch the same tragedies unfold time and again, powerless to change the ultimate outcome. "There must be another way," he said aloud. "Something I haven't considered." Direct confrontation had failed countless times. Perhaps diplomacy might succeed where force had not. But no, he had tried that approach as well in dozens of earlier loops. Those attempts had ended in varying degrees of failure. Some resulted in immediate attack, others in prolonged philosophical debates that ultimately changed nothing. The headmaster was immovable in his convictions, though Cal had never quite determined what those convictions actually were. Hiron's motivations remained opaque even after hundreds of encounters. Cal sighed, idly tracing a pattern in the air with his finger. A small spark of blue light followed the movement, forming the outline of a mountain. "And then there's Monroe," he muttered, his thoughts turning to the Blue Sun Academy's own headmaster. Another complication that would need to be addressed soon. Unlike Hiron, Monroe was relatively easy to manage. The elderly Lightweaver was powerful, certainly, but predictable. Depending on how events unfolded, Cal had several proven strategies for dealing with him. Respectful subordination in some loops, carefully orchestrated accidents in others. In the more aggressive timelines, direct confrontation worked surprisingly well, provided Cal struck at precisely the right moment. The mountain outline shimmered and transformed into a flowering tree as Cal's thoughts continued to flow. So many pieces to position, so many contingencies to plan for. The breach was widening with each passing day, and the barriers between worlds growing thinner. If he couldn't find a solution soon, then a knock at his door interrupted his dark thoughts. "Enter," Cal called, his voice steady despite his inner turmoil. The door opened to reveal Cletus, one of the Academy's senior servants. The old man bowed deeply, his blue robes rustling softly. "Forgive the intrusion, Elder Cal," Cletus said, keeping his eyes low. "I bring news from the Cerulean Spire." "The selection has ended, then?" Cal asked, only half attending to the conversation. His mind was already composing a list of tasks to complete in this loop. Meetings to arrange, research to conduct, preparations to make for the inevitable confrontation. Elder Neria would need to disappear before she discovered the sky fragment. In previous loops, she had proven remarkably adept at piecing together his activities, and while her intentions were noble, they usually had disastrous results. A subtle compulsion technique would be required to ensure she volunteered for the diplomatic mission to the northern reaches. Few returned from those treacherous mountains, and those who did often came back, changed. This narrative has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. If you see it on Amazon, please report it. The Stone Haven monks, particularly their enigmatic leader, would provide crucial support if the loop progressed far enough. Their price was always the same: access to certain restricted scrolls in the Forbidden Archives. A small concession for their loyalty. And then there was that girl Thera. Brilliant, anxious, and harboring a secret obsession with a certain skybound elder that made her particularly vulnerable to manipulation. Her expertise in Blue Sun resonance patterns would be invaluable. A few carefully chosen words about her former mentor should be enough to secure her loyalty. She was always so eager for any news of him, and Cal had observed enough loops to fabricate convincing details. The list continued in his mind: people to eliminate, allies to cultivate, resources to secure. Each loop was a complex game of positioning, and while the major events often remained fixed, the small details could be arranged to maximize his advantage. "Yes, Elder. Just moments ago," Cletus confirmed. "The ceremony of transference will take place at dawn." Cal nodded absently. The selection was a minor event in the grand scheme of things, a predictable formality that nonetheless consumed the Academy's attention for weeks. In nearly every loop, Leyland Varian emerged as the chosen saintess, her natural affinity for the Blue Sun's energy setting her apart from the other candidates. The other elders have begun to express interest in the discipleship opportunity, Cletus continued delicately. Elder Soren asked specifically if you might consider putting your name forward. The competition for this particular disciple is already quite intense. This drew Cal's attention fully back to the present. Competition? He repeated. The selection of a mentor for the new saint or saintess was typically a straightforward affair, with the assignment based on complementary abilities and temperaments rather than any sort of contest. Indeed, Elder. Several have already submitted formal requests to the council. Cletus smiled slightly. Even Elder Norden has emerged from his seclusion to stake a claim, and he hasn't taken a disciple in over a century. Cal raised an eyebrow at that. Norden was notoriously reclusive, dedicated entirely to his research on ancient formations. The only loops he had made a public appearance was when Cal had convinced him to help break down the Red Sun Academy's grand formations. If even he was showing interest, perhaps this particular iteration of Leyland possessed even greater potential than usual. I appreciate the information, Cletus, but I'm not interested, Cal said, turning back to the window. Let the elders fight over the girl. My focus is elsewhere. There was a moment of silence, and Cal sensed confusion radiating from the servant. The girl, Elder? Cletus asked hesitantly. The saintess? Cal clarified, a note of impatience entering his voice. Leyland Varian. Cletus cleared his throat softly. Forgive me, Elder, but it seems there has been a misunderstanding. Lady Varian was not selected as the saintess. That caught Cal's attention completely. He turned slowly to face the servant, suddenly alert. Not selected? Then Eric Lemonov was chosen. In some of the more divergent loops, the nobleman occasionally surpassed Leyland, though such occurrences were few and far between. But Cletus was already shaking his head. No, Elder. It was neither Lady Varian nor Lord Lemonov who achieved the highest resonance. A prickle of unease ran down Cal's spine. Who then? A newcomer, Elder. A young man named Tomas, originally from Porvale village. Cletus's expression grew slightly odd. According to Elder Soren, St. Tomas's resonance with the blue sun is unprecedented in our recorded history. The measuring formations nearly failed to quantify it. Tomas, Porvale village. Cal's mind raced through his mental catalog of names and places accumulated across over 1,000 loops. Porvale was familiar, a small settlement in the Eastern Territories, unremarkable except for being the frequent target of Red Sun raiders due to its proximity to a ley line junction. But Tomas? The name registered nowhere in his memory. This was not a minor deviation. In every previous loop, without exception, the saint's position had gone to either Leyland or Eric. The selection of an unknown candidate, especially one from a common background, was unprecedented. Tell me more about this Tomas, Cal said carefully, moving to his desk and selecting a fresh scroll. How did he come to be a candidate? Cletus seemed pleased by the elder's sudden interest. The story is quite remarkable, Elder. He was discovered by Lady Leyland's party while they were en route to the academy. Apparently, his village had been destroyed by raiders, and he was the sole survivor. Cal's brush hovered over the blank scroll as he processed this information. Raiders attacking Porvale was consistent with past loops, but a survivor? That was new. Typically, the village was wiped out completely, with no witnesses left to tell the tale. Or at least that's what he remembered from the early loops. Back when he was a low-ranking light weaver, he'd paid closer attention to such incidents, documenting each skybound attack meticulously. But as he ascended through the ranks and his focus shifted to larger concerns, the breach, the conflict with Hiron, the celestial imbalance, he'd stopped tracking these smaller events. So, it was possible the pattern had changed in recent loops without his notice. After experiencing so many iterations, certain details inevitably blurred together, particularly those that seemed inconsequential to his primary objectives. Lady Leyland took him into her service as a simple attendant, Cletus continued. But during the entrance examination, the cerulean orb responded to him with unprecedented intensity. Elder Soren had no choice but to admit him as a candidate. Cal carefully controlled his expression, but internally, his thoughts were churning like a maelstrom. The cerulean orb was an ancient artifact, its workings understood by few. It measured not just affinity for the blue sun's energy but the purity of one's connection to it. For it to react so strongly to an untrained villager. During the final test in the cerulean spire, Cletus added, 3 candidates endured for precisely the same duration. Lady Varian, Lord Lemonov, and this Tomas. But while the lady and lord absorbed standard levels of energy, Tomas's chamber adjusted to maximum intensity, 300% above normal, and still his resonance never faltered. Cal's brush moved almost of its own accord, jotting notes on the scroll in swift, precise characters. 300% intensity was theoretically possible but had never been observed in practical testing. The strain should have been unbearable for anyone below rank 7, let alone an untrained commoner. "Thank you, Cletus," Cal murmured. "You've been most informative." The servant bowed again. "Shall I inform the council that you have no interest in the discipleship? Then, Elder?" Cal set down his brush and considered the question carefully. The appearance of this anomalous candidate could be mere coincidence. A particularly talented individual whose potential had gone unnoticed in previous loops simply because he died with the rest of his village. Or it could be something far more significant. In all his iterations through the time loop, Cal had learned one crucial truth. There were no coincidences. What appeared random was often the subtle influence of forces beyond normal perception. And a disruption this significant in the established pattern demanded investigation. Moreover, if this Tomas truly possessed unprecedented resonance with the blue sun, he could potentially become a powerful ally in the conflict to come. Or, if his motives proved questionable, a dangerous liability. "Actually," Cal said, a slight smile forming on his lips, "please inform the council that I would very much like to take the new saint as my disciple." Cletus's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Are you certain, Elder? It would be quite a departure from your usual, solitary pursuits." "I'm certain." Cal turned back to the window, gazing at the distant spire where the selection had taken place. "I find myself suddenly very interested in meeting this remarkable young man from Porvale." "Very well, Elder. I shall convey your interest immediately." Cletus bowed once more and withdrew, closing the door softly behind him. The cerulean apex, as it was known throughout the Blue Sun Academy, towered above all other structures except the legendary celestial spire itself. Crafted from the same mysterious blue crystal that formed the spire, the temple seemed to float atop the highest peak of the mountain range. Unlike the rest of the academy, with its gardens and open courtyards bustling with disciples, the apex existed in perfect isolation. This isolation was by design, for the saint required solitude for communion with the first light. At least, that was the explanation given to initiates. Within the central chamber of the apex, a figure paced back and forth, his bare feet making no sound on the polished floor. Saint Icarus, 300 years old and withered as though he had lived 1,000, muttered to himself as he moved, his once elegant blue robes hanging loose on his emaciated frame. "All these years," he whispered. "Finally, peace approaches. Finally, an end." He paused before the southern window, gazing out at the sprawling academy below. From this vantage point, he could see almost everything. The training grounds where initiates practiced their first techniques, the dormitories where young lightweavers dreamed of advancement, the gardens where elder masters meditated beneath crystalline pergolas. All of it beautiful, all of it a lie. Icarus laughed, a harsh sound that quickly dissolved into a racking cough. Blood-flecked spittle dotted his palm when he finally caught his breath. He wiped it away on his robes, leaving a smear that immediately began to glow with faint blue luminescence as the fabric's enchantments attempted to purify the stain. "Even my blood is no longer my own," he whispered. The saint position was the most coveted role in the entire order of the First Light. For hundreds of thousands of years, ambitious young lightweavers had competed for the honor, dreaming of the power, the prestige, the direct communion with the blue sun itself. Parents pushed their children toward this ultimate goal. The academy trained their most promising students specifically for the selection. Noble houses schemed and occasionally killed to position their scions for consideration. All for what they believed was the greatest blessing in the Two Suns world. None of them knew the truth. None except the saints themselves. It was not a blessing. It was a trap. I was promised transcendence, Icarus said to the empty room, continuing his agitated pacing. I was promised wisdom beyond mortal comprehension, power to heal the world's wounds, a direct channel to the divine. His bitter laugh echoed off the walls. And what did I receive instead? Madness, corruption, slavery. The blue sun wasn't their savior. It was their jailer, their puppeteer, their executioner. Icarus paused before the eastern wall where a mural depicted the lineage of saints stretching back to the founding of the order. His own portrait, painted when he first assumed the position, showed a handsome young man with bright eyes and a confident smile. The artist had captured his hopeful expression perfectly, the look of someone who believed he stood at the beginning of a glorious journey. The contrast with his current appearance couldn't have been more stark. His skin now had a translucent quality. His eyes, once vibrant amber, had faded to a washed-out blue that sometimes glowed with an inner light not his own. When he smiled, which was rarely these days, his face seemed to crack along invisible fault lines. Despite his relatively young age, 300 years was nothing for a rank 7 lightweaver, who should expect to live for thousands of years. Icarus stood at the precipice of death. No saint in recorded history had lived past 500 years. The Academy explained this as the natural consequence of channeling such immense power, a noble sacrifice made willingly by those chosen for the highest honor. The truth was far more sinister. While blue sun energy possessed unimaginably powerful life properties when properly controlled, the sheer volume required of a saint overwhelmed the physical vessel. The body wasn't destroyed by some outside force. It was burned from within by the very power it channeled. Saints reached their peak quickly, blazing like meteors across the heavens, before burning out just as rapidly. Icarus moved to his private altar, where a small bowl of water captured the blue sun's light, turning it into a scrying pool. With a gesture, he summoned images from his past, memories of the bright-eyed young man he had once been. He had been happy once, genuinely happy. The third son of a minor noble house with a talent for calligraphy, Icarus had shown remarkable aptitude for the blue sun's light from an early age. His family had immediately redirected all their resources toward his development, sensing opportunity in his precocious abilities. "Imagine our son, a saint," his father had exclaimed. "The Vanarine name will rise to prominence once more." His mother had been more practical but no less ambitious. "We must secure the finest tutors, the best materials. Nothing can be spared if he is to reach his potential." And so his childhood had become an endless progression of lessons, practices, and evaluations. He'd barely had time to play, to explore, to simply be a child. Yet he hadn't resented it, not then. He had shared his parents' excitement, their vision of his glorious future. He had wanted to make them proud, to fulfill the destiny they saw written in his talents. When he was chosen as a candidate for the saint position at the age of 25, his family had celebrated for a week straight. Their house, previously overlooked in noble circles, suddenly found itself hosting dignitaries and receiving invitations to gatherings that had previously been closed to them. And when the selection finally came, when Icarus emerged as the chosen one, the triumph had been intoxicating. His parents' faces, shining with pride and vindication. The respect, no, the reverence, in the eyes of those who had once dismissed their family. The feeling of the blue sun's energy flowing through him during the ceremony, filling him with light and purpose. "I thought it was the beginning of greatness," Icarus murmured to his reflection in the scrying pool. "Instead, it was the beginning of my end." The first few decades had indeed been glorious. The benefits of sainthood were substantial and immediate. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. His healings were miraculous, his insights profound, his judgments respected throughout the order. He had dedicated staff who anticipated his every need. His words carried as much weight as those of the headmaster himself. Students sought his guidance, elders his blessing, nobles his favor. He had access to restricted sections of the library containing knowledge unavailable even to rank 7 lightweavers. More importantly, He had felt connected to something greater than himself. The blue sun had spoken to him in dreams and visions, guiding his actions, revealing hidden truths about the nature of light and energy. These communications had been infrequent at first, brief flashes of insight that left him exhilarated and eager for more. When his cultivation reached rank 6, however, everything changed. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. The visions intensified dramatically, becoming impossible to ignore. No longer gentle whispers or subtle nudges, they now descended upon him with overwhelming force, detailed, explicit instructions that consumed his waking thoughts and haunted his dreams. The world root in the northern forest needs your attention, the visions would insist. It suffers from imbalance. You must adjust its energy flow. The guardian oak in the eastern valley has developed irregularities in its barrier resonance. You must recalibrate it. The twin pines on Celestial Mountain have begun to diverge in their function. You must synchronize them. For months, he had obeyed without question, traveling to these locations and using his enhanced abilities to make the adjustments the visions demanded. After all, he had been taught that these ancient trees were natural formations that stabilized the world's energy and reinforced its protective barriers. Tending to them was a sacred duty. But something had begun to feel wrong. The adjustments he was being instructed to make didn't align with what he knew about energy stabilization. In fact, if he analyzed them objectively, they seemed to be doing the opposite. It was this growing unease that had driven him to the Forbidden Archives, a section of the Academy's library restricted to all but the highest-ranking elders and, of course, the saint. What he discovered had shattered his world completely. Hidden among the oldest texts was an account of the Great Sundering, the cataclysmic event that had split the original golden sun into its red and blue aspects. The official history taught that this division had been divine providence, separating purity from corruption, wisdom from chaos. The reality, while seen as a madman's tale, was far more disturbing. The Sundering had been a desperate act of defense against an entity from beyond their world, something that had infected the minds of the most powerful cultivators of the Golden Age. The infection had spread like a disease of the soul, granting tremendous power while gradually eroding sanity and identity. In their madness, these ancient cultivators had believed that splitting the golden sun would somehow purge this corruption, that by dividing its essence, they could isolate and contain the infectious influence. Their ritual, born of desperation and delusion, had failed catastrophically. Instead of removing the curse, it had merely transformed it, creating two different expressions of the same fundamental corruption. The red sun created monsters of flesh, driving its followers toward physical transformation and blood-soaked power. The blue sun created monsters of mind, subjugating its chosen vessels to its incomprehensible will while maintaining the illusion of wisdom and purity. And both, in their own ways, seemed to be working toward the same goal, weakening the barriers between worlds, preparing for something, an invasion, a return, a completion of what had begun all those years ago. This was what Saint Icarus had discovered. This was the truth he had been unable to escape. Armed with this knowledge, he had attempted to resist the blue sun's influence. He had stopped performing the rituals, had tried to strengthen rather than weaken the trees, had even attempted to warn the other elders of the danger. That was when he discovered the full extent of his imprisonment. Whenever he tried to speak of what he had learned, his throat would close as if gripped by an invisible hand. When he attempted to write it down, his fingers would spasm, rendering his elegant calligraphy into meaningless scrawls. When he tried to communicate through light constructs, the symbols would distort and dissolve before they could convey his message. It was a restriction technique of unparalleled sophistication, one that used his own body as both medium and prison. The blue sun's energy, which saturated every cell of his being, acted as a constant constraint against any attempt to reveal the truth. The irony wasn't lost on Icarus. As a master of calligraphy, he had specialized in restriction techniques, using the blue sun's energy to create seals and bindings of exceptional power. Now, that same energy had turned his body into the ultimate prison, his mind into a captive audience for the blue sun's commands. When the resistance proved futile, the nightmares began. Every night, Icarus found himself trapped in visions of horror, witnessing the destruction of everything he loved, experiencing torments that transcended physical pain to reach the very core of his being. The only respite came when he finally submitted, when he agreed once more to serve as the Blue Sun's instrument. Broken and defeated, Icarus had resumed his assigned tasks. With each ritual completed, with each ancient tree poisoned, with each protective barrier weakened, he felt a piece of his soul wither and die. He had spent decades researching the actions of previous saints, hoping to find some pattern, some weakness in the Blue Sun's control that he might exploit. While nothing explicit was recorded, the same restrictions that bound him had clearly affected his predecessors. He found subtle indications that they too had been directed to perform strange actions at specific locations. Places that, when marked on a map, formed elaborate patterns around major nexus points in the world's protective barriers. How long had this been happening? How many saints before him had unknowingly, or perhaps knowingly, but helplessly, contributed to whatever cataclysm was being prepared? Hundreds? Thousands? All Icarus knew with certainty was that the work was nearly complete. The world's barriers had been systematically weakened over countless generations, prepared for whatever was to come. All that remained were a few final steps, steps that would fall to his successor. In truth, Icarus probably had several decades of life remaining, despite his deteriorating condition. But the Blue Sun had shown him visions that a new saint was required to complete the final steps. One whose cultivation level was still relatively low, who wouldn't attract the attention of whatever forces might be watching. Icarus wasn't entirely sure what the Blue Sun was attempting to hide its actions from. Was it the collective consciousness of the world itself, instinctively resisting tampering with its fundamental structures? Was it some other entity or power that might intervene if the plan became too obvious? Or was it simply that deception and gradual corruption were its natural modes of operation? As he paced, his thoughts drifted to the most perplexing figure in the Academy Cal, the unassuming initiate who had ascended through the ranks with unprecedented speed. Could he somehow be connected to this cosmic game? Could his meteoric rise be a counterforce to the Blue Sun's machinations? Icarus paused mid-step, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. No, that was wishful thinking. Someone breaking through cultivation barriers so rapidly could only be another pawn of the Blue Sun, a fellow slave following a different set of instructions. The Blue Sun wouldn't allow genuine opposition to flourish so openly within its own stronghold. Whatever the case, Icarus fervently hoped the Blue Sun's works would be exposed. "I won't be the one to condemn our realm," he whispered, his gaze returning to the portraits of previous saints who were now in their graves. The one comfort, if it could be called such, was that Icarus would soon join them. The transfer of sainthood was invariably fatal to the current holder of the position. The process drained every particle of the Blue Sun's energy from the old saint's body, along with their life force, their spiritual essence, and finally, their soul. It was only through such a sacrifice can a direct connection between a mortal and a celestial be formed. While most feared death, Icarus was beyond caring. In fact, he welcomed it. It was the only escape from his torment, the only freedom he could still hope for. Yet that didn't mean that Icarus hadn't tried. He had done what little he could. He gave subtle hints, oblique warnings that most dismissed as the eccentricities of a powerful cultivator. A few seemed to catch on. Lady Varian had been one, asking increasingly pointed questions during her visits to the temple. He had tried to guide her understanding through careful word choice and meaningful silences. Then she had died suddenly, her death ruled as natural. Icarus knew better. But that didn't stop him. When the news of the selection was shown to him, he manipulated the process subtly, ensuring the girl Leyland Varian would be among the final candidates. Though he couldn't explain why, he sensed that her grandmother's influence might have prepared her in ways others weren't. If anyone had a chance of understanding the truth before it was too late, it was her. But the Blue Sun had its own plans. The sudden emergence of the village boy had thrown everything into disarray. Not that it mattered now. The selection had been made, the transfer was imminent, and Icarus's time was measured in hours rather than years. "Saintess Haley," he whispered, remembering the kind-looking woman who had passed the burden to him. "Did you know what awaited me? Did you try to warn me in ways the restriction would allow?" He tried to recall her exact words during the transfer ceremony, searching for hidden meanings he might have missed in his youthful excitement. "May the light reveal to you all that remains hidden," she had said. "May you find wisdom in the shadows between stars." Had that been a subtle hint? A warning encoded in ceremonial language, designed to slip past the Blue Sun's mental restrictions? If so, he had been blinded by ambition and pride to understand it at the time. A subtle vibration ran through the temple floor, alerting Icarus that visitors were approaching. They would be here within minutes. The new saint-elect and his ceremonial escort of elders. "So young," Icarus murmured. "So completely unprepared." Perhaps that was a mercy. The boy would have a few years of glory before the visions began in earnest. A few decades of believing he had achieved something magnificent before reality crashed down upon him. Just as Icarus had. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. "Welcome to your prison, child. May you find more courage to resist than I did." The vibration intensified, indicating that the procession had reached the temple's outer threshold. Soon they would knock at the great crystal doors, and the ritual would begin that would simultaneously free Icarus from his torment and condemn another soul to take his place. Icarus closed his eyes, composing himself. There was a protocol to be observed, appearances to be maintained. The order believed this to be a sacred transition, a joyful passing of divine responsibility from one worthy vessel to another. None of them, not even the elders who would witness the ceremony, knew the truth. None of them could know. "May you forgive me someday," he whispered to the boy he had yet to meet but whose life he was about to destroy, "as I have never forgiven myself." With that final thought, he opened his eyes, ready to meet the final saint of the Blue Sun, the unwitting harbinger of their world's end. The crystal steps leading up to the cerulean apex were unlike anything I'd seen. Each one seemed to be carved from a single massive sapphire, transparent enough that I could see wisps of blue energy flowing beneath the surface like frozen rivers. As we ascended, I felt a subtle vibration through the soles of my feet, almost as if the staircase itself were alive, resonating with the footsteps of the chosen. Elder Soren led our procession with a ceremonial staff held high. Behind him walked 4 other elders, their faces hidden beneath hoods, their steps perfectly synchronized. I followed several paces behind them, wearing ceremonial robes that had been hastily altered to fit me. The whole scene, the matching outfits, the synchronized movements, the reverent silence, was exactly what you'd expect from devoted followers marching their sacrifice to some ancient altar. All that was missing was the ominous chanting. "This is unfortunate," Azure murmured in my mind. "Very unfortunate." "That's putting it mildly," I replied silently. "We've managed to accomplish exactly the opposite of our goal. At least we won't have to worry about access to restricted knowledge anymore," Azure offered. "As Saint, you'll have free rein to explore the most sacred texts. If we survive long enough to read them," I countered. "Cal will notice this anomaly immediately. The only question is whether he'll act right away or wait to understand what's happening." As we neared the summit, the staircase widened, opening onto a circular platform paved with the same blue crystal. At its center stood the cerulean apex, a structure that seemed to be formed from living crystal. Elder Soren paused at the entrance, lowering his staff respectfully. "Honored Saint," he called, his voice carrying a reverence I hadn't heard before. "We bring before you the chosen of the Blue Sun, the one who shall inherit your sacred mantle." For a moment there was silence. Then a soft voice replied from within, "Enter, and be welcome in the House of Light." We proceeded inside, the other elders forming a semicircle behind me as I stood at the center of what appeared to be a grand meditation hall. The ceiling arched high above, composed of interlocking crystal facets that somehow captured and magnified the Blue Sun's light without being painfully bright. The floor beneath our feet was inlaid with an elaborate mosaic depicting the history of the world, or at least, the version taught by the Order of the First Light. And there, standing before us, was Saint Icarus. I had expected someone imposing, a figure of strength and wisdom radiating divine authority. What I saw instead was a man with one foot in the grave. It seems they really weren't exaggerating when they said the saint needed to be replaced. His skin had a translucent quality that reminded me of rice paper held before a flame. His robes hung loosely on his emaciated frame, and his eyes were sunken into dark hollows. Despite this, he carried himself with dignity, his back straight, his hands steady as he raised them in formal greeting. "So," he said, his voice surprisingly strong despite his frail appearance, "you are the one the Blue Sun has chosen." I bowed deeply, partly out of respect, partly to hide my reaction to his appearance. "I am Tomas of Pourvale Village, honored saint." Tomas of Pourvale, a humble beginning for one who shall carry such a burden. A ghost of a smile touched his lips before he turned and guided us to a small seating area to one side of the chamber, where simple cushions had been arranged in a semicircle. "Please be seated," he said. I took the cushion directly opposite him, while the elders arranged themselves on either side. Only Elder Soren remained standing, positioned slightly behind and to the right of Saint Icarus, a symbolic placement that indicated his role as intermediary between the current saint and the academy hierarchy. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. Before we proceed with the ceremony itself, Saint Icarus began, "It is traditional for me to explain something of the duties and responsibilities that will soon be yours." He smiled gently. "Though I suspect you have little concept of what awaits you, young Tomas." "I confess I don't, honored saint," I replied, deciding that honesty, or at least partial honesty, was the best approach. Until recently, I was simply a miller's son. The workings of the Blue Sun Order were known to me only through travelers' tales. He nodded, seeming pleased with my response. Refreshing candor. So many who come before me arrive burdened with preconceptions and ambitions. His washed-out blue eyes twinkled momentarily. A clean slate, unburdened by the weight of expectation, may prove advantageous. I nodded, keeping my expression attentive but neutral. In truth, my thoughts were racing in entirely different directions. The ceremony itself concerned me far less than what would come after. Cal. What would his reaction be? Would he see me as a curious divergence in the timeline, or as a threat to be eliminated? And how could I possibly explain my situation if confronted? I'd have to carefully craft a persona, one that would satisfy his curiosity without revealing my true nature as an outsider. Saint Icarus's voice brought me back to the present moment. "The role of saint is commonly misunderstood," he was saying, his hands folded in his lap. "Many believe it to be primarily ceremonial, presiding over important rituals, blessing new initiates, representing the order in dealings with noble houses. These are indeed aspects of the position, but they are merely the visible surface." He leaned forward slightly, his voice taking on a more intimate quality. "The true purpose of the saint is to serve as a conduit between our realm and the Blue Sun itself. You will be the vessel through which its wisdom flows, the bridge between celestial understanding and mortal comprehension." One of the elders, a severe-looking woman with silver hair whom I recognized from the selection, nodded. "The saint is the voice of the first light in our world." "Indeed, Elder Morel," Icarus acknowledged. "But even that description fails to capture the full truth." He turned back to me. "Young Tomas, have you ever wondered why our order maintains the ancient trees throughout the realm?" The question caught me off guard. I didn't even know what trees he was referring to. "I assume they're sacred to the order, honored saint." I made an attempt at a logical guess. He smiled, pleased with my response. "Sacred, yes, but not merely as objects of reverence. These are not ordinary trees. They are world roots, ancient living formations that help stabilize the energy of our realm and strengthen its protective barriers." My eyes widened slightly. This wasn't my first experience with mysterious trees. Excluding the Genesis seed in my inner world, I had encountered realm-stabilizing trees during my time at the Starhaven realm. "As saint," Icarus continued, One of your primary duties will be to tend to these world roots. The blue sun will guide you to them through visions and dreams, showing you when and how they require your attention. I nodded, trying to look appropriately awed rather than concerned. Direct mental communication from a celestial body didn't sound particularly appealing. Would it be able to see into my mind? The thought was deeply unsettling. The visions. I began cautiously. How do they manifest? Differently for each saint, Icarus replied. For some, they come as dreams during sleep. For others, as waking revelations. For me, he paused, a shadow crossing his face. For me, they are quite direct. The blue sun speaks to me as clearly as I speak to you now. Something in his tone made me suspect that these communications weren't entirely pleasant experiences. The slight tightening around his eyes, the barely perceptible tension in his shoulders. The responsibilities sound overwhelming, I said carefully. Icarus's smile turned sad. They can be, especially at first. But the blue sun would not have chosen you if you were not capable of bearing them. I wasn't sure if that was meant to be reassuring. Given the saint's deteriorated condition, the blue sun's support didn't seem particularly beneficial in the long term. There are also the political aspects of the position to consider, Elder Soren interjected, drawing my attention. As saint, you will have significant influence over the order's direction and policies. Noble houses will seek your favor, fellow Lightweavers your guidance. And the skybound? I asked, intentionally prodding at what I knew was a sensitive topic. What role does the saint play in relations with the Red Sun Order? A tense silence followed my question. The elders exchanged glances, clearly uncomfortable. The Order of the Last Light, Elder Soren finally replied, using the formal designation for the skybound, is an aberration. They embrace corruption rather than clarity, violence rather than wisdom. They are not our partners but our adversaries. The saint's position on this matter is unequivocal, added another elder. We stand against their madness and destruction. Something in their rigid responses suggested a dogma so ingrained that questioning it would be unthinkable. I glanced at Saint Icarus, curious about his reaction. He was looking directly at me, his expression unreadable. For a moment, I thought I detected something, a flicker of, what? Doubt? Warning? It was gone so quickly I couldn't be sure. The relationship between the orders is complex, Icarus said carefully. More complex, perhaps, than anyone understands. But that is a discussion for another time. Before any of the elders could respond to this somewhat cryptic statement, Icarus suddenly stiffened. His back arched, his hands gripping the edges of his cushion with white-knuckled intensity. His eyes rolled back in his head until only the whites showed. Then, as if pulled by invisible strings, his head snapped forward, and those milk-white eyes fixed directly on me. I instinctively backed away, nearly toppling my cushion in the process. Something about those blank eyes locked onto me sent a primal wave of unease through my body. Whatever was happening, it wasn't natural. The other elders remained seated, though their expressions had shifted from reverence to a mixture of concern and anticipation. Be at ease, Elder Morel said, gesturing for me to sit back down. The saint is receiving a vision from the blue sun itself. I settled back slowly, maintaining a cautious distance, watching as Icarus's body trembled and convulsed. Occasionally, his lips moved as if he were speaking, though no sound emerged. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, and a thin trickle of blood ran from his left nostril. This happens often? I asked, unable to keep the concern from my voice. When the blue sun has important guidance to impart, Elder Morel replied, her tone suggesting this was perfectly normal and not at all disturbing. I studied Saint Icarus's contorted form, noting how his veins stood out against his translucent skin, glowing faintly with blue light. Whatever was happening to him looked excruciating. Is he in pain? I persisted. Elder Morel's expression softened slightly. The communion between mortal vessel and celestial wisdom is intense. What you perceive as pain is merely the physical body's limited capacity to channel such pure energy. That didn't really answer my question, but the message was clear. This was considered normal, expected, even honored. This will be your gift too, soon enough? Elder Soren whispered, mistaking my horror for awe. Gift? It looked more like torture. Icarus was clearly in agony, his body jerking and twisting as though fighting against invisible restraints. Whatever was happening to him, I wanted no part of it. I forced my expression into something that could pass for anticipation rather than dread. It seems intense. It is the highest honor, he replied solemnly. To serve as the vessel for the Blue Sun's wisdom is the ultimate purpose to which any light weaver can aspire. After what seemed like an eternity but was probably only a couple of minutes, Saint Icarus's body finally relaxed. His eyes rolled forward, though they remained unfocused for several seconds. When his gaze finally cleared, there was a new intensity in them, as if the vision had temporarily revitalized him. "Forgive the interruption," he said, his voice stronger than before. The Blue Sun had an important message to impart. Elder Soren helped him sit upright again. A message concerning young Tomas, perhaps? Icarus nodded, turning his gaze toward me. There was something in his expression I couldn't quite read. A complex mixture of emotions that seemed at odds with the apparent joyousness of the occasion. "The Blue Sun has shown me a vision of your future, Tomas of Porvale," he announced. "A future unlike any other saint before you." The elders leaned forward, clearly as interested in this pronouncement as I was anxious about it. "The Blue Sun revealed to me that you will be a saint unlike any other," Icarus continued, his voice taking on a formal, almost prophetic quality. "In times of greatest darkness, when the barrier between worlds grows thin, you shall stand as the final guardian. Where others have prepared the way, you shall complete the journey. The last saint of the current age, the first of the age to come." A murmur ran through the assembled elders. I kept my expression carefully neutral, though internally, my mind was racing. What did he mean, the last saint? And the barrier between worlds? That aligned with what I'd glimpsed in the previous iteration during Cal and Hiron's battle, where Cal had mentioned a breach widening between worlds. Was I somehow tied to this cosmic conflict? More concerning was the implication that I might be some kind of protagonist in this world's story. Had I somehow possessed the body of this world's chosen one? Was that why I kept returning to Tomas's body in each loop? The thought was both fascinating and terrifying. I'd assumed I was a random variable in this world, but what if I was somehow essential to its fate? This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. I'm honored by the Blue Sun's prophecy, I said carefully, though I can't imagine how someone like me could fulfill such a grand purpose. Icarus smiled, but there was something sad about it. "The Blue Sun chooses its vessels for reasons beyond our understanding, young Tomas. Your humble origins may be precisely why you were selected. The prophecy speaks of you as the last saint of the current age," Elder Morel noted, her tone concerned. "What do you believe that signifies, most honored saint?" Icarus's expression became guarded. "The Blue Sun's visions are not always literal. They speak in symbols and metaphors that reveal their true meaning in time." He paused, then added, "Perhaps it simply means that young Tomas will usher in a new era for our order, a transformation rather than an ending." This explanation seemed to satisfy the elders, but I wasn't convinced. There had been something in Icarus's tone, a resignation that suggested he knew exactly what the prophecy meant, and that it wasn't as benign as he was implying. "Well, that's just great," Azure commented dryly in my mind. "First you're dragged into being a saint against your will, and now you're apparently the chosen one destined to save or destroy the world. Your luck is truly impressive, Master." I suppressed a smile at Azure's sarcasm. He wasn't wrong. The situation kept getting more complicated. What had started as a simple plan to learn more about the Blue Sun's cultivation system had somehow evolved into this. "Now," Icarus said, his voice returning to its normal cadence, "we must prepare for the ceremony of transference. The alignment will be perfect very soon." "What exactly does the ceremony entail?" I asked, trying to focus on practical matters rather than existential dread. The process is both simple and profound, Icarus explained. We will stand together beneath the blue sun's direct light. I will place my hands upon your shoulders, and you will place yours upon mine. The transference formation will activate, channeling the blue sun's essence through me and into you. He gestured to the floor, and I noticed for the first time the intricate patterns inlaid in the crystal. Circles within circles, interconnected by flowing lines that resembled both circuitry and calligraphy. As the ceremony progresses, my connection to the blue sun will gradually transfer to you. You may experience sensations during this process, visions, insights, memories not your own. This is natural, the accumulated wisdom of previous saints being passed down. And what happens to you? I asked, though I suspected I already knew the answer. A shadow passed over Icarus's face. The position of saint can only be held by one vessel at a time. When the transference is complete, my purpose will be fulfilled. So I was right. The ceremony would kill him, draining his life force along with his connection to the blue sun. It was an elegant system, in a macabre sort of way, ensuring that no former saint could ever challenge the authority of the current one. I see, I said quietly. I'm sorry. Icarus waved away my concern. Do not mourn what has not yet passed, and when it does pass, rejoice that I have completed my journey as intended. All things return to the light eventually. His serenity in the face of his imminent death was either the result of profound spiritual enlightenment or extremely effective compartmentalization. Either way, I admired his composure. The elders will serve as witnesses, Icarus continued, nodding to Soren and the others. They will chant the litany of transference, maintaining the ceremonial circle stability as the power flows. The elders nodded solemnly, clearly familiar with their roles in the upcoming ritual. Once the transference is complete, you will need time to adjust to your new connection, Icarus said. The first few days can be overwhelming. You will remain here in the apex, under the care of the senior healers until your body and spirit stabilize. On the bright side, that meant I still had some time to think of a feasible plan on dealing with Cal. It is time, Elder Soren announced, glancing at the position of the blue sun's light through the windows. The blue sun approaches its zenith. Saint Icarus nodded, rising with surprising grace for one so frail. He extended his hand to me. Come, my boy. It is time. I took his hand, noting how cold his skin felt against mine, and followed him toward the central platform. As we walked, he leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper meant only for my ears. Whatever comes after, remember, the truth lies in the shadows between stars. Before I could ask what he meant, we had reached the pedestals. He released my hand and took his position on the far side, facing me across the small gap where the crystal sphere would materialize. The elders formed a circle around the platform, each taking a position marked by a specific symbol on the floor. They began a low chant in a strange ancient language, their voices resonating through the chamber. Thanks to the system's translation ability, the meaning flowed into my mind effortlessly. Blue light, source of life and guardian of the world. Transfer the power, transfer the wisdom, transfer the burden. The old gives way to the new, the ending of the former, the beginning of the latter. They continued, their voices growing stronger. As their voices rose in unison, the beams of blue light streaming through the windows intensified, converging more precisely on the space between the pedestals. Within that convergence, a crystalline sphere began to form molecule by molecule, out of pure blue sun energy. Accept this, child, your new vessel. Saint Icarus looked at me one last time, his eyes momentarily clear and focused. There was something in his gaze. A warning? A plea? An apology? Whatever it was, it sent a chill down my spine. Then he smiled, a genuine expression that transformed his withered features into something almost beautiful. May you find wisdom where I found only questions, he said softly. And with that enigmatic blessing, he placed his hands on the now complete crystal sphere. It was time for me to do the same. With a deep breath that did nothing to calm my nerves, I extended my hands and placed them on the opposite side of the sphere from Icarus. The crystal felt neither hot nor cold beneath my touch. Instead, it pulsed with a strange vitality, as if it were a living thing. The moment my skin made contact, a jolt of energy surged through my palms and up my arms. Before I could process what was happening, my entire body went rigid. Every muscle locked simultaneously, freezing me in place as effectively as if I'd been turned to stone. I tried to speak, but my jaw refused to cooperate, the words emerging as little more than a strangled grunt. "Be at ease, young one," Icarus said, his voice impossibly calm given the circumstances. "This paralysis is a natural part of the process. It is simply a formation to secure both vessels to prevent disruption of the energy flow. Resistance will only make the experience more uncomfortable." Uncomfortable? Easy for him to say. He could still talk. "Master, he isn't lying," Azure informed me. "The sphere is made up of natural intricate formations. It's some kind of restriction technique." With that reassurance, I relaxed a little. I had been a little worried that some eldritch horror was about to possess me. Around us, the elders' chanting grew more intense, their voices rising and falling in perfect harmony. The blue light streaming through the windows intensified, focusing even more precisely on the crystal sphere between Icarus and me. "The vessel is prepared," Elder Soren announced. "The conduit is established. The alignment is perfect. Let the transfer of essence begin." Icarus closed his eyes. "Remember what I told you," he said softly. "The truth lies in the shadows between stars." Before I could contemplate what he meant, Icarus's mouth opened. A sound escaped him, not quite a gasp, not quite a scream, something between agony and release. Then I saw it. From between his parted lips emerged a miniature sun, a perfect sphere of concentrated blue light no larger than a marble. "Is that—" I began, shocked to discover I could speak again, if barely. "The saint's essence," Elder Morel whispered reverently. "The direct conduit to the blue sun itself." The tiny sun drifted slowly toward the crystal sphere between us, leaving a trail of shimmering blue particles in its wake. When it made contact with the crystal, the entire orb flared with blinding intensity, momentarily forcing me to close my eyes. When I opened them again, the miniature sun was passing through the crystal, emerging on my side, drifting inexorably toward my face. "What happens now?" I managed to ask. "You receive the blessing," Icarus replied, his own voice noticeably weaker. "Open yourself to it. Do not resist." The tiny sun continued its approach, now mere inches from my face. I could feel its heat, not a burning sensation, but a warmth that somehow reached beyond my skin to touch something deeper within me. Suddenly, my jaw was wrenched open. The miniature sun hovered before my gaping mouth for one eternal moment, as if considering whether I was worthy of its essence. Then, in a fluid motion, it flowed between my lips and down my throat. The sensation was unlike anything I had ever experienced. It was as if I had swallowed liquid starlight, burning cold and freezing hot at the same time, spreading outward from my core to the furthest extremities of my body. And then the visions came. I was no longer in the ceremony chamber. I was everywhere and nowhere, a disembodied consciousness floating through scenes of a past I had never witnessed. The first vision materialized around me. A vast golden sun dominated the sky, its light neither red nor blue but a perfect harmony of both. The world below basked in this unified radiance. Trees towered to impossible heights, animals and humans alike thrived in perfect health, and cultivators channeled power beyond anything I'd witnessed in this fractured world. Then came the darkness. It started as a small spot on the golden sun's surface, a blemish no larger than a fingerprint. But it spread rapidly, like ink in water, corruption consuming purity. The golden light began to fade, replaced by sickly shadows that twisted everything they touched. In desperation, 13 men and women stood in formation around a massive crystal array on a mountain peak. Their combined power reached toward the dying sun, not attempting to heal it, but to split it. The sundering was both beautiful and terrible to behold. The golden orb stretched, thinned, and finally tore apart with a soundless explosion that nonetheless shook the foundations of reality itself. Where once there had been unity, now there were two. The blue sun ascending toward the eastern sky, the red sun sinking toward the west. "It is done," one of the ancient cultivators said, blood streaming from her eyes. "We have preserved what we could of the divine light. The corruption is contained, but not defeated." "How long will the separation hold?" another asked, clutching his chest where a massive wound had opened. "Not forever," the first replied. "Nothing is forever, but long enough, perhaps. Long enough for our descendants to find a more permanent solution." They looked around at their circle, now reduced to just 7. 6 of their companions lay dead, the price of their ritual paid in blood and life. "The blue contains wisdom, healing, transcendence," the leader continued. "The red contains power, passion, transformation. Both necessary, both dangerous in isolation. They must be reunited." "And the protection?" a third cultivator asked, her voice fading as life ebbed from her body. "Support the creativity of authors by visiting Royal Road for this novel and more." "The barriers are established," the leader confirmed. "The world trees will maintain them, drawing strength from the divide itself." "And if it fails?" the dying woman whispered. "Then, the only solution that will give us a fighting chance would be to merge both suns once more," the leader replied. The vision shifted, dissolving into mist before reforming into a new scene. A peaceful village nestled in a valley, its fields ripe with golden grain, its people going about their daily tasks with contentment. Suddenly, the sky darkened as crimson clouds gathered. The air itself seemed to thicken, becoming difficult to breathe. From the west, figures approached, humanoid in overall shape but grotesquely transformed. Some had multiple limbs sprouting from twisted torsos. Others featured misshapen heads with too many eyes or mouths. All moved with unnatural speed and purpose. "The first sun touched," a voice whispered, "corrupted beyond salvation." The attack was swift and merciless. Villagers fled screaming as the monsters tore through their homes and loved ones. Blood soaked the earth, and with each death, the red light in the sky pulsed stronger. Then, from the east, blue light cut through the crimson clouds. Figures in azure robes descended, wielding techniques that contained and neutralized the aberrations. Where the blue light touched the corrupted creatures, their mutations receded, revealing the humans they had once been, though none survived the reversal. "The blue sun preserves balance," the voice continued. "It protects humanity from the red madness." After the battle, the blue-robed cultivators moved among the survivors, healing wounds, rebuilding structures, restoring hope. The contrast couldn't have been clearer: red destroyed, blue preserved. The scene dissolved again, replaced by a vision of terrible finality. A blighted landscape stretched in all directions, barren and cracked. The skeletons of ancient trees reached toward a blood-red sky where only the crimson sun remained, swollen and malevolent. Humanity survived only in scattered enclaves, protected by faltering barriers that grew weaker with each passing day. Within these last refuges, people huddled in fear, their bodies showing the early signs of the same mutations that had claimed those outside. "This is the path of the red sun ascendant," the voice explained. "The extinction of all that makes one human." Before I could process the horror of this potential future, the vision shifted one final time. I, or rather, Tomas, stood atop an enormous tree that dwarfed mountains. I recognized it immediately as one of the world trees mentioned in the first vision. Around me, in the far distance, other colossal trees punctuated the horizon, forming a perfect pattern across the land. My hands were raised toward the sky, blue light streaming from my fingertips into the clouds above. From each of the distant world trees, similar beams of azure energy reached skyward. The roots of the great trees, impossibly, began to lift from the earth. They stretched upward, growing longer, reaching beyond the atmosphere toward the bloated red sun that dominated half the sky. When the first root touched the crimson surface, there was a moment of resistance. Then it punctured the celestial body like a spear through ripe fruit. More roots followed, piercing deeper, spreading through the red star's core. Then, with deliberate slowness, the roots began to contract, pulling apart the corrupted sun. The red light fought back, flaring violently, sending waves of crimson fire along the wooden tendrils. Some of the smaller world trees burst into flame, their connections severed. But the largest trees, including the one I stood upon, held firm. The pulling continued until, with a silent explosion that nonetheless shook the entire world, the red sun tore apart, its essence dispersing into harmless particles that scattered across the void. In its place, the blue sun expanded, filling the sky with pure azure light. The roots of the world trees retreated, returning to the earth, drawing down the blue sun's healing energy. Below, the land transformed. Vibrant forests erupted from barren soil. Clear waters flowed where toxic streams had once crawled. People emerged from their shelters, faces upturned to the singular blue light, their bodies healing, their spirits lifting. "This is the path of balance restored," the voice concluded. "The salvation of all things through the triumph of wisdom over corruption." The visions faded, and I found myself back in the ceremony chamber, gasping for breath. The paralysis had released me, though my hands remained fixed to the crystal sphere, which had now darkened to a deep cobalt blue. Across from me, Saint Icarus looked even more diminished, as if the transfer of the miniature sun had drained what little vitality remained in his ancient frame. "What did you see?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The elders had stopped their chanting, all eyes fixed on me. I swallowed, my throat raw as if I'd been screaming, though I hadn't uttered a sound during the visions. I hesitated, knowing that what I said next would shape their expectations of me. "I saw the way to stop the red sun's madness and save the world." A murmur ran through the assembled elders. Excitement mingled with awe. Only Icarus's reaction differed. A sad smile that contained too much knowledge, too much pain. Did he know the truth about the blue sun? Had he been trying to warn me all along? "Then the blue sun has chosen wisely," he said. His voice had grown even fainter, and I noticed that his edges seemed to be dissolving. His fingertips, still touching the crystal sphere, had become translucent. "What's happening to you?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "The transfer is complete," Icarus replied, his sad smile never wavering. "My purpose is fulfilled. I return to the light." The disintegration accelerated rapidly. His hands dissolved completely, followed by his arms. The process moved inward, consuming his torso, his neck, finally his face. His expression remained peaceful throughout, even as his features blurred into luminescence. In less than a minute, where Saint Icarus had stood was now only a small pile of blue ash on the crystal floor. Elder Soren stepped forward, a ceremonial urn in his hands. He gathered the ashes, ensuring not a single particle remained on the ground. "The vessel returns to light," he intoned formally. "The essence endures in the new saint." He sealed the urn and handed it to Elder Morel, who cradled it with respect. "This will be placed in the catacombs of saints," she explained, noticing my questioning look, "to rest alongside all who have borne this sacred burden before you." The other elders approached, their expressions a mixture of reverence and cautious assessment. I stood motionless, still processing what had happened, what I had seen, what I had become. "The visions you received," Elder Soren prompted. "They spoke of defeating the red sun's corruption?" I nodded, not trusting myself to elaborate without revealing my suspicions. The visions had been far too convenient, too aligned with what a new saint might want or need to believe. It was propaganda, pure and simple, carefully crafted scenes designed to establish a particular narrative. "The blue sun gifted me with clarity," I said cautiously, "about the past and a possible future." This vague response seemed to satisfy them. Several nodded sagely, as if my obscure answer confirmed their expectations of how a newly ascended saint should speak. But inwardly, My thoughts churned with suspicion. The blue sun clearly wasn't omniscient. It didn't know that Tomas of Porvale was actually Ku'in. It didn't know that I was a skybound practitioner. It believed I held a grudge against the Red Sun for the massacre of Tomas's village, and it was playing on that perceived trauma to manipulate me toward its goals. Which raised the question, what were those goals, really? And how much of what I'd been shown was truth? How much distortion? And how much outright fabrication? Master. Azure's voice cut through my spiraling thoughts, his tone urgent. Something is wrong. What is it? I replied silently, maintaining my outward expression of serene contemplation. Something has entered your inner world, Azure warned. I don't know how, but the bee. Before Azure could finish, a wave of dizziness crashed over me. The chamber spun, the elders' faces blurring into indistinct smears of color. I tried to speak, to tell them something was wrong, but my tongue felt swollen in my mouth, unresponsive. Through eyes rapidly losing focus, I saw the elders rushing toward me, alarm replacing their previous reverence. Elder Morel's mouth moved. She was shouting something, but I couldn't hear her over the roaring in my ears. My legs folded beneath me. I was falling, unable to catch myself, my body no longer responding to my desperate commands. I felt gentle hands catching me before I hit the ground. Elder Morel cradled my head in her lap, her concerned face hovering above mine, lips still moving in words I couldn't hear. Then darkness claimed me, and I found myself in my inner world. Something was wrong. The saint's essence had performed this ritual countless times before. The transfer was supposed to be simple, elegant, a smooth transition from one vessel to the next. It would enter through the mouth, seek out the cerulean vein and merge with it, expanding its influence until it suffused the new saint's entire being. But this was not right. Instead of the expected inner space, a modest chamber where the cerulean vein should float in serene isolation, the saint's essence found itself adrift in something vast and impossible. An entire world stretched out beneath it, dwarfing the tiny mote of concentrated blue light that was its current form. The saint's essence pulsed with confusion. How could a simple village boy possess an inner space of such magnitude? It drifted lower, its azure glow illuminating the landscape beneath. Mountains rose in the northwest. Deep valleys cut between them, hosting small springs that trickled into nascent rivers. The entire formation created a natural semicircle, the highest peaks to the north, gradually descending as they curved around. In the northeast lay a forest, not the expected metaphysical representation of spiritual energy, but a true forest with countless trees. There was something deliberate about their arrangement, something calculated that spoke of careful cultivation rather than random growth. The southeast quadrant appeared mostly empty, though the saint's essence could make out platforms and structures whose purpose it couldn't discern. Open spaces stretched between them, as if awaiting some future use. To the southwest, meditation plateaus and practice fields had been arranged with meticulous precision. Their design was familiar yet foreign, similar to those used in the Blue Sun Academy, yet altered in subtle ways that suggested a fundamentally different approach to energy manipulation. But it was the center that truly captured the saint's essence's attention. A massive tree dominated the landscape, its trunk wider than many buildings, its canopy spreading overhead like a verdant sky. Deep roots plunged into the earth, radiating outward along the valleys that divided the quadrants. The tree stood motionless, utterly silent, seemingly dormant. Something about the tree made the saint's essence recoil. Though it couldn't name the feeling, never before having experienced anything like discomfort or fear, there was something wrong about the tree, something threatening in its very stillness. It turned away, dismissing the enormous plant as unimportant. Its purpose was clear: find the cerulean vein, merge with it, and complete the transfer. Everything else was irrelevant. The saint's essence drifted toward what appeared to be an array of runes at the center of the inner world, arranged in a perfect circle beneath the great tree's spreading canopy. As it approached, its azure light illuminated the symbols. It froze. These were not the elegant, flowing scripts of Lightweaver calligraphy. These were not the sacred characters taught in the Blue Sun Academy. These were not symbols of serenity, wisdom, and transcendence. These were skybound runes. The saint's essence pulsed with something that might have been horror if it were capable of true emotion. It recognized the aggressive, angular patterns, the marks of the enemy, the corrupted, the followers of the Red Sun. There was no mistaking them. But how? How could a village boy chosen by the cerulean or possess skybound runes in his inner space? The selection process was infallible. It had always detected even the faintest hint of Red Sun corruption. Yet here they were, plain as day, arranged in a complex array that spoke of significant advancement in the forbidden arts. What it recognized as the fundamental rune floated at the center, a wood-based Fibonacci spiral tree pattern that would have been beautiful if it weren't so abhorrent. Beside it lay the Worldroot Conduit, the Shroud, the Soul Ward, the Hawkeye, the Leaf Storm, all arranged in perfect harmony, each supporting and enhancing the others. The saint's essence pulsed rapidly, its light flickering with agitation. This was unprecedented. This was impossible. This was a trap? Had the Red Sun finally succeeded in infiltrating the selection? Had they somehow managed to place one of their own in position to become saint? The implications were catastrophic. The saint's essence needed to find the cerulean vein quickly. Once merged, it could take control, suppress these abominations, perhaps even purge them entirely. It needed to stabilize this vessel before the corruption could spread further. Support the creativity of authors by visiting Royal Road for this novel and more. It scanned the inner space carefully, finally detecting a faint blue glow emanating from the northeastern forest. That had to be it. The cerulean vein hidden among the trees. Unusual, but not entirely without precedent. Sometimes the vein manifested in ways that reflected the vessel's subconscious imagery. The saint's essence moved toward the forest, intent on its target. But before it could reach the treeline, something else caught its attention. A movement overhead drew its focus upward. There, circling high above the central tree, was another blue sun. The saint's essence halted its advance, pulsing with confusion and alarm. Another blue sun? Impossible. There was only one blue sun, the celestial body that had emerged from the sundering. What it was seeing couldn't exist. Yet there it was, a perfect sphere of azure light, nearly identical to the saint's essence itself, only slightly larger. It circled lazily, seemingly unaware of the intruder in its domain. The saint's essence observed it carefully. This was no cerulean vein. This was no normal manifestation of blue sun energy. This was something else entirely, a separate consciousness, a distinct entity that had no right to exist. Then the orbiting blue sun seemed to notice it. It paused in its orbit, hovering in place, its blue light intensifying as if in recognition or alarm. For a long moment, they regarded each other, two nearly identical spheres of blue light, one belonging to this impossible inner world, the other an intruder from beyond. Then, acting on instinct honed through thousands of transfers, the saint's essence shot forward. Whatever this aberration was, it needed to be consumed, assimilated, controlled. The ritual demanded it. The blue sun demanded it. The other blue sun gave off what could only be described as a squeal of terror. It darted away with surprising speed, racing toward the central tree as if seeking shelter beneath its massive canopy. The saint's essence pursued, its tiny form accelerating through the inner world. It was gaining rapidly, the distance closing between them. The fleeing sun was just ahead now, its azure light flickering with what seemed like panic. Just as the saint's essence was about to devour the false sun, something massive and brown lashed through the space between them. The saint's essence veered sharply, barely avoiding collision with the unexpected obstacle. It halted, pulsing rapidly as it assessed this new threat. A root, a massive, gnarled root had shot upward from the ground, interposing itself between predator and prey. And it was not alone. The great tree, previously still as stone, was now in motion. Its roots tore free of the earth, whipping through the air like the tentacles of some enormous beast. Branches that had hung motionless now creaked and swayed, reaching outward, downward, seeking. And they were all reaching for the saint's essence. It backed away instinctively, retreating from this unexpected aggression. What was happening? Trees didn't attack. Trees weren't sentient. Trees didn't defend other suns. Unless this was a world tree. Before it could comprehend what it was seeing, a root as thick as a building lashed toward the saint's essence. It dodged narrowly, zigzagging through the air as more roots joined the attack. They moved with malevolent intelligence, anticipating its evasive maneuvers, closing off escape routes. The saint's essence had never known fear. Fear was a mortal emotion, a weakness of flesh and blood. Yet as the roots encircled it, and the branches reached down from above, it experienced something very much like terror. It fled upward, seeking escape in the simulated sky of the inner world. But the tree's reach was greater than expected. A branch thick with leaves intercepted its flight, forcing it to veer sharply to avoid impact. More branches converged on its new position. More roots rose from below. The attacks came from all directions now, the tree's appendages moving with impossible speed for something so massive. The saint's essence darted between them, its tiny form weaving through the narrowing gaps. It needed to escape. It needed to return to the main consciousness of the blue sun. It needed to report what it had found, a vessel that was not what it seemed, a skybound infiltrator, maybe something worse. A root clipped its edge as it swerved too late. The saint's essence felt a piece of its essence tear away, dissolving into motes of light that were quickly absorbed by the attacking root. The sensation was new, shocking, pain, if it could be called that, for something without nerves or flesh. It tried to concentrate, to access the connection that bound it to its greater self. The blue sun's consciousness had spawned the saint's essence as a semi-autonomous fragment, a tool for the specific purpose of vessel transfer. That connection should allow it to return, to reintegrate, to convey its urgent message. But the connection was blocked. Somewhere at the edge of its awareness, the saint's essence could feel the barrier, a subtle but impenetrable shield that had closed around this inner world the moment it had entered. It was trapped. Another root struck, this time scraping along its underside, tearing away more of its substance. The saint's essence flickered and dimmed, its light fading as its energy dispersed. It fled again, changing direction randomly, desperately seeking any opening in the tree's relentless assault. There had to be a way out. There had to be a weakness, a gap, a moment of inattention. But the tree gave no respite. Its attacks increased in speed and precision, guided by an intelligence that seemed to anticipate the saint's essence's every move. It was being herded, the saint's essence realized, driven toward a specific location where its destruction would be assured. As it fled toward what appeared to be a momentary opening between two massive roots, the saint's essence caught a glimpse of something beneath the tree's canopy that made it pulse with recognition and horror. There, partially hidden by the dense foliage, hung a red sun. Not a metaphorical representation, not a symbolic construct, an actual red sun. And beside it, smaller but equally distinct, hung a third sun, neither blue nor red. A baby star, a new sun being forged within this inner world. The saint's essence pulled up short, momentarily forgetting the danger in its shock at this revelation. This was worse than infiltration. This was heresy of the highest order. This was an attempt to reverse the sundering, to recombine what had been separated for the safety of all. The moment of distraction proved fatal. A dozen roots converged simultaneously, striking from all directions with perfect coordination. There was nowhere to flee, no gap to exploit, no chance of evasion. The impact shattered the saint's essence into thousands of parts. It could feel itself dispersing, its consciousness fragmenting as each piece was captured by a different root or branch. From this fractured perspective, the saint's essence witnessed a strange sight. The red sun and the baby star, previously hidden beneath the Genesis seed's canopy, emerged fully into view. They didn't flee or attack or defend. They simply laughed. Not with malice, not with cruelty, but with the innocent joy of children who had successfully played a clever prank on an unwary adult. As its consciousness faded, The saint's essence formed one final warning it could no longer deliver. Beware the village boy who is not a boy. Beware the saint who serves neither sun. Beware the tree that bridges worlds. I watched in fascination as the saint's essence was torn apart by the Genesis seed's roots. There was something darkly satisfying about witnessing its destruction. The irony wasn't lost on me. The very same vision it had shown me, of the red sun being torn apart by world trees, was now happening to it. Poetic justice, I thought, though I wasn't sure if justice was the right word. Maybe karma? Comeuppance? Whatever it was, there was a symmetry to it that I couldn't ignore. Currently, Azure and I were disembodied consciousness observing the intruder. I didn't want to risk the parasite seeing my true appearance, not when it might potentially relay that information back to whatever greater consciousness controlled it. It was bad enough that it had discovered my dual sun cultivation, marking me as a heretic in the eyes of both orders. If it somehow learned I was a world walker as well, I shuddered at the thought. My position was precarious enough without adding that particular complication. The last fragments of the saint's essence were now being absorbed by the Genesis seed's roots. The brilliant blue light faded, drawn inward, leaving nothing behind but a faint azure shimmer along the root patterns. Do you think it managed to send anything back? I asked Azure. Before we destroyed it? Azure's presence moved closer. Extremely unlikely, he replied. There was no opportunity for transmission. What makes you so sure? I pressed, unable to shake the worry completely. Look at the Genesis seed. Azure directed my attention to the massive tree at the center of my inner world. Its roots run throughout this entire space. The moment the saint's essence entered, it was effectively quarantined. I studied the countless roots spreading outward from the central trunk, forming an intricate network that penetrated every corner of my inner world. The seed creates a type of formation, Azure continued, one that blocks these types of connections. It's similar to how the blood statue of Kujun is separated from the real thing, a barrier that prevents the transmission of consciousness or information. Yeah, let's hope you're right, I replied, or our problems will only get worse. I paused, considering what we'd witnessed. It seems the saint's essence was supposed to infiltrate the saint and merge with their cerulean vein. That would give it control of their cultivation. Azure's presence pulsed in agreement. And once merged, it would establish restrictions to control the saint if they ever rebelled against the Blue Sun's will. I can't believe people actually kill for this title. If only they knew the terrible truth. And there was truth in that statement. Generations of Lightweavers had schemed, fought, and died for the honor of becoming the saint, never realizing they were competing for the privilege of becoming glorified puppets. At least with the Genesis seed destroying that parasite, I won't need to worry about being possessed or controlled anytime soon. Still, I was curious about the effects of absorbing such a concentrated fragment of Blue Sun energy. I focused my attention on the Genesis seed, examining it for any changes following its unusual meal. The massive tree stood as imposing as ever at the center of my inner world, but there was a subtle difference. Its leaves seemed a bit more vibrant, the bark a shade darker and more textured. The roots that had so violently lashed out earlier had returned to their normal positions, though they appeared slightly thicker than before. However, other than looking more lively than usual, there didn't seem to be any fundamental change. I'll monitor the Genesis seed closely, Azure assured me. The absorption of the saint's essence may yet trigger unexpected developments. Before I could reply, the miniature Blue Sun slowly emerged from beneath the canopy, still keeping a wary distance from where the intruder had been destroyed. It looked almost traumatized. If a sun could express such an emotion, I decided to materialize in my spiritual form, approaching the frightened celestial body. It retreated slightly as I drew near, but then allowed me to reach out and pat it gently. It's all right, I reassured it. That thing is gone now. It can't hurt you. From the canopy below, the red sun pulsed with what could only be described as laughter, clearly amused by its counterpart's distress. Stop being a bully? I chastised it, though without much conviction. The dynamics between these miniature celestial bodies had always been beyond my full understanding. They existed both as sources of power and as entities with their own rudimentary consciousness. Their relationship reminded me of quarrelsome siblings, constantly at odds yet fundamentally connected. "Time to see what's happening outside," I said to Azure. "I don't even know how long I've been unconscious." "Be careful, Master," Azure cautioned. "If the elders suspect anything unusual about your transition, they might be watching you closely." "I know. I'll play the part of the confused village boy promoted beyond his station. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it." With that, I withdrew from my inner world, letting my consciousness flow back into my physical body. I opened my eyes to find myself lying in an unfamiliar bed. The ceiling above me was crafted from the same blue crystal that seemed to form most of the cerulean apex. My body felt unusually heavy, as if my bones had been replaced with lead. I took a moment to assess my condition. Everything seemed to be functioning normally, though there was a strange residual ache behind my eyes, likely an aftereffect of the ceremony. With considerable effort, I pushed myself into a sitting position and looked around. The chamber was elegant but austere: a bed, a small table, a chair, and little else. "Where exactly am I?" I murmured, swinging my legs over the edge of the bed. "Still in the cerulean apex," Azure answered. "They've placed you in the Saint's personal quarters. This is your new home, apparently." "Great. A gilded cage, just what I needed." I noticed a folded piece of paper on the bedside table. Picking it up, I began reading. "Most honored Saint Thomas, your reaction to the transfer ceremony, while concerning, is not without precedent. It is not unusual for newly ascended saints to require a few days to recover from the process. Your response appears more intense than most, but this is likely due to your exceptionally high resonance with the Blue Sun." I smiled wryly at this. If only he knew the real reason for my intense response. "Please take all the time you need to rest and acclimate to your new connection. There is no better place to recover than here in the cerulean apex, bathed in the direct light of the first light itself. No healer could provide better care than what the Blue Sun freely offers its chosen vessel. The Elders' Council awaits your recovery with great anticipation. There are many matters requiring the Saint's attention and guidance. However, all of this can wait until you are fully restored. Rest well. Commune with the Blue Sun, allow its wisdom to fill you. With reverence, Elder Soren." "Commune with the Blue Sun," I muttered. Not exactly what I had in mind for my recovery period. I set the letter aside and stood up, pleased to discover that while my body felt strange, I wasn't actually weak. Whatever had happened during the ceremony hadn't caused any lasting physical damage. Looking around, I noticed that the chamber had a small adjoining room that turned out to be a bathing area with a pool fed by a natural spring. The water glowed faintly blue, likely infused with the same energy that permeated everything in this place. After washing and dressing in the clean blue robes that had been provided, I felt ready to face whatever came next. I approached the heavy crystal door that presumably led out of my chambers. For a moment, I hesitated, hand resting on the handle. Once I stepped outside, I would officially begin my role as the Saint. There would be expectations, responsibilities, scrutiny, and beneath it all, the knowledge that I was an imposter in more ways than one. With a deep breath, I pulled open the door and stepped out into a wide corridor. The passage curved gently, following the circular design of the apex. More windows lined the outer wall, filling the space with the now familiar blue light. I noticed movement on a staircase at the far end of the corridor. A young man in the simple blue robes of a servant was perched on one of the steps, casually eating what appeared to be a steamed bun. He was so absorbed in his meal that he didn't immediately notice me. I cleared my throat gently. The servant's head snapped up, eyes widening to the size of saucers. He tried to stand, bow, and hide his food all at once, resulting in him nearly choking on his half-chewed bun. He coughed violently, thumping his chest. "Most honored Saint, Forgive me. I moved quickly to his side, concerned he might actually choke to death. It's fine. Please, breathe. The servant finally managed to swallow, his face a bright shade of red that had nothing to do with sun energy. He dropped into a deep bow, pressing his forehead almost to the floor. This humble servant begs forgiveness for his disgraceful behavior. I wasn't expecting. They said you might sleep for days more. I raised a hand to calm him down. How long was I asleep? The servant straightened, though he kept his eyes downcast respectfully. He was young, perhaps 16 or 17, with the lanky build of someone who had grown too quickly for his coordination to catch up. His blue robes were simpler than mine but still well-made, marking him as a dedicated servant of the apex rather than a common worker. "A day, most honored saint," he replied promptly. "Only a day." That was less than I'd expected. From the letter, it seemed the elders had expected me to be out for longer. "And what's your name?" I asked, trying to put the nervous young man at ease. He looked startled by the question, as if saints didn't normally bother learning servants' names. "Khan, most honored saint. Novice Khan." "Novice? You're a student as well as a servant." Khan nodded rapidly. "Yes, most honored saint. I'm in my 3rd year at the academy. Service in the apex is considered a great honor and educational opportunity for novices." That made sense. Having students attend to the saint would give them exposure to the highest concentration of blue sun energy, improving their skills through proximity alone. "Well, Novice Khan, I'm glad you were here when I woke up," I smiled. "I'm still learning my way around." The young man seemed to relax slightly, though he remained deferential. "If you require guidance, most honored saint, I would be honored to assist." "Thank you. And please, you can just call me Tomas." Khan looked absolutely horrified at the suggestion. "I couldn't possibly. That would be—" He took a deep breath. "The protocols are very specific about how to address the saint, most honored saint." I suppressed a sigh. Clearly, breaking down the formal barriers would be harder than I thought. "Very well, Novice Khan. For now, I'd appreciate knowing what happens next." "Elder Soren mentioned arrangements for my formal introduction." Khan nodded eagerly, apparently grateful to be back on familiar protocol ground. "Yes, most honored saint. There is to be a ceremony in the Grand Pavilion 3 days after you regain consciousness, where you will be presented to the entire order. Until then, you are to rest and acclimate to your new position." He hesitated, then added in a lower voice, "Though there has been some disagreement among the elders about your instruction." That caught my attention. "Disagreement? What kind of disagreement?" Khan glanced around nervously, as if worried about being overheard, though we were clearly alone in the corridor. "It's not my place to speak of such matters, most honored saint, but—" He lowered his voice further. There was a rather tense meeting. Voices were raised. I heard it even came to blows between some of the elders. Blows? I couldn't hide my surprise. What were they fighting about? "About who would serve as your master, most honored saint," Khan explained. "Apparently, a prophecy recited by Saint Icarus has sparked controversy, dividing the elders on who should take responsibility for your education." That made sense. Being chosen as the so-called last saint's teacher would be a significant elevation in status, even for an elder. It would mean having the ear of the most spiritually significant figure in the entire order in the new age. "So who won this disagreement?" I asked. Khan shifted uncomfortably, his eyes darting around as his face flushed with embarrassment. He tugged at his collar nervously. I shouldn't have said even this much, most honored saint. Please forgive my loose tongue." He bowed deeply, almost folding himself in half. "The details of elder deliberations are, well, I could be severely punished for speaking of them." When he straightened, his expression had transformed to one of proper formality, though anxiety still lingered in his eyes. "What I can tell you is that they've finally reached a decision." He squared his shoulders, reclaiming some of his composure. "It is time for you to meet your master, most honored saint. I'm to escort you to them immediately." I followed Novice Khan through the winding corridors of the cerulean apex. Despite the building's beauty, there was something oppressive about it. Perhaps it was knowing what had nearly happened to me here, or perhaps it was simply the weight of expectations that now rested on my shoulders. The apex was constructed over hundreds of thousands of years ago, Khan explained as we walked, seeming more comfortable now that he was sharing historical information rather than elder gossip. It's said that the crystal was harvested from the Great Northern Range by the first Lightweavers. They spent a century shaping each piece through meditation alone, never once using tools. That seems inefficient, I remarked, studying the perfect join between two massive crystal panels. There wasn't even a hairline seam visible. Khan laughed, then immediately looked mortified that he'd done so in my presence. Forgive me, most honored saint. It's just that I had said something very similar when I was told the same story. Don't apologize for laughing, I said gently. I'd rather have honest reactions than perfect deference. The young man seemed uncertain how to respond to this, so he simply nodded and continued leading me through the complex. So, how long have you served in the Apex? I asked, partly to break the awkward silence that fallen on us and partly because I genuinely wanted to know more about this place. 6 months, most honored saint. I was assigned here at the beginning of the winter term. And before that? I served in the academy kitchens, and before that, the gardens. He hesitated, then added with a touch of pride, I was selected for the Apex rotation because of my diligence and discretion. I nodded. Both excellent qualities, and rare ones. This small compliment seemed to embolden him slightly. Thank you, most honored saint. My family has served the order for 7 generations. Service is in our blood. We descended several flights of crystal stairs, each step illuminated from within, creating the illusion that we were walking on frozen blue light. Are we still in the Apex? I asked as we entered what appeared to be a tunnel connecting to another structure. We're crossing into the main academy grounds now, Khan explained. While outwardly appearing isolated, the Apex is actually connected to all major buildings through these pathways, allowing the saint to travel without being exposed to the elements or, he hesitated, disturbances. By disturbances, I suspected he meant the common folk. Students, servants, and visitors who might delay the important saint with their trivial concerns. The isolation of power was already becoming apparent. You should get used to it, Azure commented. You're practically a god to these people now. That's what worries me, I replied silently. Gods tend to have very short lifespans in stories where mortals discover their frauds. But what concerned me more were those hidden pathways. They represented a double-edged sword. While they granted me access to different parts of the academy without being seen, they also meant others had access to me. Any route that could be used to travel secretly could also be used for more nefarious purposes, like assassination. Your master resides in the eastern wing of the academy, Khan continued, brining me out of my thoughts. It houses the most senior elders and those with special duties. And you still can't tell me who this master is? I pressed, hoping he might have become comfortable enough to slip. Khan shook his head firmly. It is not my place, most honored saint. Such news should come from the proper authorities or be experienced firsthand. He paused, then added cryptically, though I believe you will find the arrangement unconventional. Unconventional. That could mean many things, none of which sounded particularly promising given my circumstances. You seem nervous? I observed as we approached the end of the tunnel. Is there something about this master I should be concerned about? The young man fidgeted with his sleeve. Not concerned, most honored saint. It's just. He lowered his voice to a whisper. Your master is not like the others. There are stories. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. Stories, I prompted. Nothing bad. Khan hurried to clarify. Just that he's different. Brilliant, of course. A true prodigy. But there's something about him that makes even the other elders uneasy. He straightened his posture, resuming his formal demeanor. But it's not my place to spread gossip. a prodigy that made other elders uneasy. The pieces were beginning to fit together, and I didn't like the picture they formed. Master, Azur's voice echoed in my mind. I'm beginning to suspect we know exactly who awaits us. Let me guess, I responded mentally. Tall, white hair, blue glowing eyes, and a talent for painting? The very one. Cal. I suppressed a grimace. Of all the possibilities, this was the worst. The time-looping, increasingly ruthless Cal who had battled Hiron to the death in the previous iteration, now designated as my personal master. But with the talent I had inadvertently revealed, I would be lying if I claimed to be surprised. We emerged from the tunnel into a courtyard filled with blue-flowered trees. Unlike the rest of the academy I'd seen so far, which favored austere elegance, this garden had a wild, almost chaotic beauty to it. The trees grew at odd angles, their branches twisting and reaching as if straining to touch the blue sun above. The flowers that bloomed among them weren't uniform in size or arrangement but scattered in natural clusters. The Dreamer's Garden, Khan announced. Your master recently created it. I raised an eyebrow at this. Created? You mean he designed it? Khan shook his head, a hint of awe in his voice. No, he created it. These trees, these flowers, they don't exist in nature. They were painted into being. I studied the garden with renewed interest. Each plant, each petal, had been manifested from blue sun energy through the painting technique. It was an impressive display of skill and power, and a not-so-subtle reminder of what I would be facing. We crossed the garden, following a path of blue stone that seemed to shift slightly beneath our feet, giving the sensation of walking on water. At the center of the garden stood a pavilion that appeared to be constructed entirely of light. As we drew closer, I realized it was made of some transparent crystal so pure that it barely registered to the eye. Beyond the pavilion was a modest structure built in the traditional style of the Blue Sun territories. Wooden beams, paper screens, curved roof tiles in shades of blue and white. It seemed strangely ordinary compared to the grandeur of the rest of the academy. Your master's residence, Khan announced, stopping at the entrance. He prefers a more traditional environment for his work. I nodded. Thank you for guiding me. The young man bowed deeply. It has been my honor, most honored saint. He hesitated, then continued in a rush. I hope to serve you again. It was not as intimidating as I feared. I smiled at the candid admission. I hope so too. Perhaps you can work directly for me? Khan's eyes widened at the suggestion, as if I'd proposed something outlandish. That would be... if the elders permit it, of course. I watched Khan practically skip away, clearly excited by the possibility of serving the saint directly. My offer hadn't been made lightly. I needed eyes and ears throughout the academy. Living isolated in the apex would severely limit my access to information that I didn't gain through official channels, and information was survival in this precarious position. Khan seemed to have that perfect combination of conscientiousness and loose lips. He clearly took his duties seriously, but his tendency to share gossip he shouldn't could prove invaluable. That boy is a walking security breach, Azur commented dryly in my mind. Exactly, I replied silently, and while I'll need to guard my own secrets carefully around him, he could inadvertently reveal the secrets of others. Of course, I wasn't naive enough to think the arrangement would only benefit me. It seemed almost too convenient that Khan was assigned to escort me today. In a place as politically charged as the Blue Sun Academy, nothing happened by pure chance, especially when it concerned a saint. He's almost certainly reporting to someone, I thought. Whether as a willing spy or an unwitting informant, someone placed him near me to gather information. The question was, which elder had positioned him? Was it Cal, or perhaps he belonged to a different elder? Either way, it created an interesting dynamic. I would be watching him for information he unknowingly revealed, while he would be watching me for whoever had placed him in my path. It was a game within a game, one I needed to be very careful playing. Keep your friends close and your potential informants closer, Azur commented dryly. Precisely, I thought back. If he is a spy, better to have him where I can see him than reporting from the shadows. Regardless of my choice, whichever servants are assigned to me, they'd be the eyes and ears for someone else. Better to have one who struggles to control his tongue. Well, I muttered inwardly, turning my attention back to the door before me. No sense delaying the inevitable. Just remember, Azure cautioned. He doesn't know what you know. As far as Cal is concerned, you're just a village boy with an unusually strong connection to the Blue Sun. A village boy who somehow survived a raid that should have killed everyone, showed up at the academy, and immediately broke all records in the Saint selection. I countered. I doubt he'll just accept that at face value. True, but he can't know you're from another world or that you've seen his final battle with Hiron. Whatever he suspects, it won't be the truth. Azure had a point. My actual situation was so bizarre that even someone who had lived through countless time loops probably wouldn't guess it. That gave me some protection, at least. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward and knocked on the wooden frame of the entrance. After a moment, the paper screen slid open on its own, revealing a dimly lit interior. Enter. A calm voice called from within. I stepped through the sliding door into a spacious room that defied the modest exterior of the building. The walls were lined with shelves containing scrolls, books, and various painting supplies. Several easels stood around the room, each holding works in various stages of completion. The scent of ink and paper filled the air, pleasant and somehow comforting. But my attention was immediately drawn to the blue-robed figure seated at a low table in the center of the room. I held back a sigh when I saw him. Just as I'd feared, it was Cal. Cal looked exactly as I remembered from my glimpse of the battle in the previous loop. Tall and slender, with hair as white as fresh snow. His eyes glowed with a soft blue light that seemed to emanate from within rather than reflecting from outside. The difference was that now, instead of the battle-hardened warrior I'd witnessed fighting Hiron to the death, he appeared relaxed and contemplative. A gentle smile played at the corners of his mouth as he observed me. "Saint Thomas," he greeted me, setting aside the brush he'd been using. "My name is Cal. Please, come in and have a seat." He gestured to a cushion across the table from him. I approached cautiously, bowing slightly before sitting down. The cushion was surprisingly comfortable, clearly designed for long periods of seated work. "It's an honor to meet you, Master Cal," I said, keeping my tone respectful. His smile widened slightly. "The honor is mine, Thomas. Though I must insist you simply call me Cal. We'll be spending a great deal of time together, and excessive formality will only become tedious." I nodded. "As you wish, Cal." He poured tea from a simple ceramic pot into 2 cups, sliding one across the table to me. The liquid was a pale blue color and smelled faintly of mountain herbs. "I imagine you have questions," he said, taking a sip from his own cup. "About why I was chosen as your master, about what this arrangement will entail, perhaps even about me." "I am curious," I admitted, mirroring his action and taking a small sip of the tea, but only after Azure reported there was nothing unusual in it. While I doubted Azure's senses could protect me from a rank 8 Lightweaver, we do what we can with what we have. "Well, the official reason is quite straightforward," Cal explained. "You selected painting as your cultivation method, and I am considered the Academy's foremost expert in that particular discipline. It was a natural match." The way he emphasized official suggested there was more to it than that. "And the unofficial reason?" I asked. Cal smiled, appearing pleased by my directness. "Perceptive. I like that." He set his cup down. "The unofficial reason is that I specifically requested you as my disciple." "I heard there was more to it than that," I said carefully. "Someone mentioned there were disagreements among the elders. Fighting, even." A flicker of amusement passed across Cal's face. "Ah, servants and their gossip. Yes, there was some discussion about your tutelage. Your selection as saint was unprecedented in many ways, especially with the prophecy recited by the late Saint Icarus. Some felt you needed a more traditional guide, others that your unique talents required a unique approach." "And you fought for the position?" I asked, watching his reaction carefully. "I expressed my interest," Cal replied diplomatically. The council ultimately agreed that my methods would best serve your development. Translation. He had intimidated, outmaneuvered, or simply overpowered anyone who stood in his way. I didn't doubt for a moment that Cal had secured this position through sheer determination. While his true motives remained unclear to the elders, they were pretty clear to me. Cal paused, studying my reaction. Perhaps we should get to know each other better before delving into our first lesson. After all, the master-disciple relationship is sacred in our order. It requires trust and understanding. I nodded, sipping my tea again to hide my wariness. This was clearly a tactic. Share personal information to encourage reciprocation, to make me lower my guard and open up about myself. Though I had to admit I was relieved that Cal hadn't taken a more aggressive approach. Given what I knew about time loopers and how they could become desensitized to consequences, knowing everything would reset eventually, he could have simply attempted to forcefully extract information from me, perhaps with some soul-searching technique or torture. The fact that he'd chosen a subtler path was at least preferable. I was born in the coastal region, Cal began, his voice taking on a storytelling quality. My family were simple fishermen. We lived in a small village called Azure Shore, named for the way the blue sun's light reflected off the waters at dawn. I listened attentively as he described his childhood. Playing along the beaches, helping his father mend nets, his mother's cooking, his discovery of his affinity for the blue sun's energy. His storytelling was vivid and engaging, painting pictures with words as skillfully as he likely did with a brush. Support the creativity of authors by visiting the original site for this novel and more. My father didn't understand my desire to join the academy, Cal continued, a touch of melancholy entering his voice. He expected me to take over the family boat someday. But my mother, she saw something in me. She sold her wedding jewelry to fund my journey here. Do you miss it, the village? I asked, genuinely curious now. Something flickered in Cal's eyes, a brief shadow of an emotion I couldn't quite identify. Sometimes, though after so long, the memories have faded. I remember the smell of the sea and my mother's smile more than anything else. It was a touching story, possibly even true. It was convincing performance, masterfully so. But I noticed something interesting. While Cal seemed outwardly open about his past, he carefully avoided discussing his meteoric advancement, skipping from childhood memories to his current position without addressing the intervening years. Hidden in those, I suspected, were where the time loop had begun, the period he either couldn't or wouldn't discuss. The question on my mind was, when did this loop start? Did it begin the same time that I entered this world? Or was this loop much older? What about you, Tomas? Cal finally asked, refilling our teacups. I've heard about your village, of course. Terrible tragedy. But I'd like to hear more about your life before that, if you're comfortable sharing. I took a moment, pretending to gather my thoughts while actually crafting my response carefully. I needed to provide enough details to seem cooperative without revealing anything that might contradict what others knew about Tomas. There isn't much to tell, really, I began. Portvale was a small farming village. My father was the miller. We led simple lives, working the fields, maintaining the mill, trading with neighboring villages. I described daily life in a typical agricultural community, drawing on what I'd learned from the little time I had spent in Portvale and adding generic details that would be common to most villages in this world. I always felt different, though, I added, deciding to offer something that might explain my unusual abilities. While the other children were content with our village life, I would often wander into the forests alone. I felt drawn to the plants, the trees. They seemed to respond to me somehow. Cal nodded encouragingly. Many with strong blue sun resonance report similar experiences. The natural world is particularly receptive to the first light's energy. The conversation flowed naturally for a while, with me offering just enough personal information to seem cooperative without revealing anything truly significant. Cal was an excellent conversationalist, making insightful comments and asking follow-up questions that seemed genuinely interested rather than probing. After about an hour of this back and forth, Cal finally asked a more direct question. Given what happened to your village, he said, I'm curious about your feelings toward the Skybound. Do you hate them for what they did? This was the first real test. I knew from the dinner at Lord Caven's that Cal's original stance had been conciliatory, that both orders should find peace and harmony. Only recently had he become more aggressive, leading to the attack on the Red Sun Academy at the end of each loop. I chose my words with extreme care. "I hate what they did," I said slowly. "The destruction, the suffering they caused, it's unforgivable. But I don't know if I hate all of them. Hatred is a heavy burden and, well, aren't they victims too, in a way? Corrupted by the Red Sun's influence." "An unusually nuanced perspective," Cal said slowly, "especially from someone who has suffered so directly at their hands." I shrugged, trying to appear humble. "I'm not saying I'm right. It's just my thoughts." "No, it's commendable," Cal shook his head. "Many in our order view the Skybound as irredeemably evil, but the truth is more complex. The Red Sun's corruption is powerful, but not absolute. There are those among them who maintain their humanity despite its influence." His gaze drifted toward the window, in the direction where the Red Sun Academy lay beyond the horizon. Something flickered across his features, a complex emotion I couldn't quite decipher, before his expression became unreadable again. For a moment, he seemed to forget I was even there, lost in memories or calculations I could only guess at. I watched him carefully, aware of the delicate balance I was maintaining. I had chosen this response carefully, appearing open-minded but not fully convinced, someone whose views could still be molded by Cal's own philosophy. Taking a position that perfectly mirrored his would have drawn more suspicion than showing potential to be guided toward his perspective. "I'd like to see your cerulean vein," Cal said suddenly, his attention snapping back to me as he changed the subject. "It will help me understand how to structure your training." I nodded and closed my eyes, channeling the Blue Sun's energy as I'd been taught. I felt the familiar warmth spread through my body, concentrating in my forehead where my cerulean vein materialized. When I opened my eyes, Cal was studying the pattern with intense interest. "An interesting choice," he said thoughtfully. "The arboreal spiral is uncommon. I assume you chose it because of your affinity for nature." "Yes," I nodded. "It is excellent for nature-based manifestations," Cal continued, circling me slowly. "Practitioners with this design often excel at creating living constructs that grow and evolve. It's particularly well-suited to landscape paintings and botanical works." He stopped in front of me and closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, his forehead glowed with his own cerulean vein, a complex fractal pattern that seemed to fold in on itself endlessly, creating the illusion of infinite depth. "The Mandelbrot recursion," Cal explained, noting my awed expression. "My own design. It allows for the creation of patterns within patterns, details that replicate across different scales. Useful for creating works with multiple layers of meaning and function." The pattern was mesmerizing, beautiful in its mathematical precision yet somehow organic in its flowing curves. It suited him perfectly, I realized, being caught in recursive time loops, experiencing the same patterns repeatedly at different scales. "It's remarkable," I said honestly, wondering just how many loops it took for him to perfect it. Cal allowed the pattern to fade. "Each vein has its strengths and limitations. Part of your training will be discovering the full potential of yours." He moved to a nearby shelf, selecting several scrolls and a wooden box. "Tell me, have you ever painted before?" "Only simple things," I admitted. "Designs on pottery, patterns for festival decorations. Nothing like what lightweavers do." "That's fine," Cal assured me with a smile. "We all begin somewhere." It seemed my first lesson was about to begin. "Before we begin with practical exercises," Cal said, "I should explain what you're working toward." His voice carried the patient tone of someone who had taught this material countless times. "The lightweaver's path through painting has distinct stages that correspond with our cultivation ranks." I leaned forward, genuinely interested. This was exactly what I needed: solid information about the Blue Sun's cultivation system that would help me understand both its strengths and limitations. "At rank 1, where you'll begin," Cal continued, selecting a brush from a lacquered wooden case, You'll learn to create basic living constructs. He dipped the brush into an inkstone containing a midnight blue liquid. Simple organisms. Birds, insects, flowers, small animals. They have limited autonomy and typically last a few seconds to a minute before dissipating. With a few deft strokes, he painted a small songbird on the scroll before him. The image was simple but captured the essence of the creature perfectly. The alertness in its eye, the tension in its tiny body poised to take flight. Cal placed his palm above the painting, and a soft blue glow emanated from his hand. The ink seemed to absorb the light, growing brighter until suddenly, the bird lifted from the page. It hovered in the air between us, fluttering its wings and chirping softly. "Beautiful," I murmured, genuinely impressed. The bird was fully three-dimensional and moved with the natural grace of a living creature, though closer inspection revealed it was still composed of brushstrokes, as if a painting had been granted movement and form without fully becoming flesh. After a few seconds, the bird dissolved into wisps of blue energy that faded into the air. "At rank 2, Cal continued, already preparing another scroll, "you'll learn to incorporate elemental energies into your work." His brush moved with seemingly careless ease, creating a small fountain with water cascading into a pool. Fire, water, wind, earth. Each element requires different brushwork techniques and energy control. Again, he infused the painting with blue light, and this time a miniature fountain materialized above the table. Water flowed from its spout, splashing into the basin below with tiny droplets that caught the light. I reached out cautiously, letting the water touch my fingertips. Felt cool and completely real. "This level of creation typically lasts a few minutes," Cal explained, "and the elements behave according to natural laws. The water is wet, fire burns, wind can move objects." The fountain continued flowing for nearly 2 minutes before gradually fading. "Rank 3 represents a significant advance," Cal said, selecting a larger scroll. "At this level, you can create entire landscapes that can be superimposed onto the physical world." His brush moved more deliberately now, crafting a scene of a mountain glade with flowering trees and a small stream. When he activated this painting, the change was dramatic. The room around us seemed to blur and recede as the painted landscape expanded outward, surrounding us completely. I found myself standing in the glade, feeling soft grass beneath my feet and smelling the sweet scent of flowers. A gentle breeze ruffled my hair, and birds sang from the trees above. "This is..." I started, momentarily at a loss for words. "Immersive," Cal supplied with a small smile. "Rank 3 creations can temporarily override physical reality within a limited area. They're particularly useful for creating controlled environments for healing, meditation, specialized training, or even battle." After about 30 seconds, the landscape began to fade, and our surroundings returned to normal. "And then there's rank 4, Cal said, selecting a fresh brush. "This is where most practitioners experience a profound breakthrough." He painted quickly but meticulously, creating the image of a small fox. When this creation manifested, the difference was subtle but unmistakable. The fox looked around, not with the mechanical movements of the earlier bird, but with genuine curiosity. It tilted its head, studying me with intelligent eyes that seemed to assess and consider. It reminded me of Thara's creation, when she demonstrated using singing to manipulate the blue sun's energy. "At rank 4, Cal explained as the fox cautiously approached me, sniffing at my hand, "your creations gain true intelligence. They become fully sentient and autonomous, capable of independent thought, decision-making, and learning." The fox sat before me, its tail swishing against the table's surface as it waited expectantly. "It's aware?" I asked, reaching out slowly. "Completely," Cal confirmed. "It has its own consciousness, though one shaped by your intent when creating it. If you were to reach rank 4, your creations would reflect aspects of your own mind and spirit." The fox allowed me to pet it briefly before darting across the table to investigate other objects in the room. It moved with the unpredictable curiosity of a real animal, not the programmed patterns of a simpler construct. "How long does it last?" I asked, watching as it attempted to nose open one of Cal's scroll cases. "That depends on the skill and power of the creator," Cal replied, gently scooping up the fox as it began batting at a brush. "They can last anywhere from a few minutes to several days." He stroked the fox's back. "However, I've deliberately limited this one's duration. Maintaining too many active creations simultaneously can be taxing for low and mid-ranked lightweavers. Stolen novel. Please report." As if on cue, the fox yawned, curled into a ball on Cal's palm, and slowly dissolved into blue light. I was just grateful that it didn't have an existential crisis when it realized its life was ending. Despite all the death I'd witnessed, that hadn't been easy to watch. "Rank 4 is as far as most lightweavers ever advance," he continued. "The higher ranks become increasingly difficult to achieve, each requiring profound insights into the nature of reality and the blue sun itself." "What about your level?" I asked before I could stop myself. "What can a rank 8 accomplish?" A flicker of something, pride, perhaps, or maybe just amusement, passed across Cal's face. "At rank 8, the distinction between creation and reality blurs. What I paint doesn't merely exist temporarily. It becomes part of the world itself. My creations can persist indefinitely, without requiring my presence or ongoing energy to sustain them." He gestured toward the window, indicating the dreamer's garden outside with its beautiful flowers and trees. "Those aren't illusions or temporary manifestations. They're as real as any naturally occurring plants, capable of growth, reproduction, even evolution." I tried not to look too impressed, though it was difficult. The power to literally paint new life into existence. It was godlike. "Master," Azure's voice spoke in my mind as I mulled over Cal's demonstration. "This system shares remarkable parallels with both the cultivation world and the skybound runic system." "I was thinking the same thing," I replied mentally. "Rank 2's elemental manipulation mirrors the elemental realm and Rank 2 skybound abilities. And Rank 3 sounds suspiciously like domain creation," Azure continued. "The ability to overlay a constructed reality onto the physical world is fundamentally similar to those with a domain reshape their immediate environment." I suppressed a nod. "As for Rank 4, it seems to be where, while the other two systems converge on the concept of creating life, lightweavers create sentient beings. I wouldn't be surprised if you progress through these ranks faster than expected," Azure mused. "Your understanding of elemental energies should give you a significant advantage when you reach Rank 2 work." "True," I agreed silently. "And with the knowledge from the life comprehension crystal, I might be able to imbue my creations with true intelligence well before reaching Rank 4. "Don't get ahead of yourself," Azure cautioned. "Remember where we are and who we're dealing with." "I've noticed you're very thoughtful," Cal observed, interrupting my internal conversation. "You process information deeply before responding. That's a valuable trait for a painter. The best works come from reflection, not impulse." I offered a small smile. "I've always been that way, sometimes lost in my own thoughts." "A natural contemplative," Cal nodded approvingly. "But let me offer a word of caution before we continue." His expression grew more serious. "Attempting to create something beyond your cultivation level is not merely futile. It can be dangerous." He selected a fresh scroll and picked up a brush. "Watch carefully." With swift, confident strokes, Cal began to paint what appeared to be a series of intricate symbols. I recognized elements of calligraphy interwoven with the flowing lines of a conventional painting. The result was a strange hybrid. A word image. "This is a technique that combines calligraphy with painting," Cal explained as he worked. "At higher ranks, painters learn to merge different lightweaver methods for more powerful effects. This particular creation incorporates the bind character." As the last stroke fell into place, Cal channeled blue sun energy into the painting. The character seemed to absorb the light, glowing intensely before lifting off the page entirely. Before I could react, the luminous symbol flew toward me, expanding in midair and wrapping around my body like ribbons of solid light. I felt my muscles seize as the bindings tightened, pinning my arms to my sides and rendering me completely immobile. For a terrifying moment, I thought Cal had decided to attack me outright. Had he decided to abandon the nice guy act so soon? But Cal merely smiled, his expression calm and instructive rather than threatening. For a rank 8 Lightweaver like myself, this binding could hold you indefinitely. You would never break free through your own power, regardless of how much energy you channeled against it. I tried to move, finding myself truly trapped. The bindings weren't painful, but they were absolutely unyielding. However, Cal continued, if the situation were reversed, if you, at rank 1, attempted to use this same technique on me, the result would be dramatically different. He gestured with 2 fingers, causing the bindings to loosen. The disparity in our cultivation levels would cause the technique to fail entirely. And depending on how ambitious your attempt was, there could be a significant backlash. With a wave of his hand, the bindings dissolved completely into motes of blue light that faded away. I felt control return to my body, flexing my fingers experimentally. What kind of backlash? I asked, rolling my shoulders to release the tension caused by the subtly display of the power disparity between us. It varies based on the technique and the degree of overreach, Cal explained. Minor attempts might simply result in the technique dissolving harmlessly. More significant disparities could cause the energy to rebound on the caster. Anything from temporary numbness to crippling spiritual damage or even death. His expression grew grave. This principle applies equally to offensive techniques. Attacking a practitioner of significantly higher rank is often futile and dangerous. The greater the rank disparity, the less effect your techniques will have on them, and the greater the chance of potential backlash. Cal's eyes took on a distant quality, as if recalling something he'd witnessed. There are stories of ambitious young Lightweavers who attempted to challenge rank 7 elders while still at rank 4. They didn't survive, not because the master struck back, but because their own techniques collapsed catastrophically when confronted with superior cultivation. So it's important to master each level completely before attempting more advanced techniques, and to be cautious when facing opponents of significantly higher rank, I replied. Inwardly, though, I wondered if Cal was speaking from personal experience. Was this something he had learned the hard way during his earlier loops? I could easily imagine a younger, more reckless version of him challenging an elder before he was ready, only to suffer devastating consequences. The time loop would have allowed him to survive such catastrophic errors and learn from them, a luxury others didn't have. Exactly, Cal said, his severe expression melting into a more approachable smile. Patience is as much a tool of the Lightweaver as brush and ink. I glanced at the scroll where he had drawn the binding character. Will we be starting with calligraphy soon? Learning how to merge it with painting seems useful. There's no need to rush, Tomas, Cal laughed. Better to focus on building a strong foundation in basic painting first. Attempting to integrate multiple disciplines too soon is precisely the kind of overreach I just warned against. I nodded, acknowledging his point. You're right. I was getting ahead of myself. Eagerness is natural, Cal said, seeming pleased by my response. But cultivation is a journey measured in decades, if not centuries, definitely not days. The foundations you build now will determine how high you can eventually reach. He selected a fresh scroll and placed it before me, then handed me a brush. It was lighter than I expected, the handle carved from some pale wood and inlaid with subtle blue patterns. For now, we'll focus on the basics, Cal explained. At higher ranks, you can manipulate blue sun energy directly to create images, but using physical tools is essential training. The brush is an extension of your intent. It helps focus and direct your energy in precise ways. I accepted the brush, feeling its perfect balance in my hand. The handle was made of some dark wood that seemed to warm slightly at my touch. What would you like to paint? Cal asked. I considered for a moment. Something simple to start with. Perhaps a flower. An excellent choice, Cal approved. Natural forms are often easiest for beginners, and flowers have relatively simple structures compared to animals. He selected his own brush and scroll, positioning himself so I could observe his technique. Watch first, then try yourself. For a second, Cal's brush danced across the paper and then he was done. On the paper, there was a perfect lotus, rendered with minimal lines that somehow captured the essence of the flower more completely than a detailed illustration might have. "Your turn," he said, setting his brush down. "Don't worry about matching my speed or precision. Focus instead on your connection to the brush and the energy flowing through it." I dipped my brush in the ink, trying to mimic the way Cal had held his. The first stroke I made was too heavy, leaving an ungainly blot on the paper. I frowned, disappointed in my lack of control. "It's all right," Cal said encouragingly. "Try again, but this time, imagine the blue sun's energy flowing down your arm, through your fingers, into the brush, and finally onto the paper. Let the energy guide your movement." I took a deep breath and tried to visualize as he suggested. The second attempt was better, still nowhere near Cal's masterful execution, but at least recognizable as the beginning of a flower. "Good," Cal nodded. "Continue." Stroke by stroke, I worked on my simple flower. What took Cal seconds required nearly 10 minutes of concentrated effort on my part, and the result was still rudimentary compared to his perfect lotus. My flower had uneven petals and a slightly crooked stem, but it was at least identifiable as the intended subject. "Now," Cal said once I had finished, "we infuse it with blue sun energy to give it form." He demonstrated with his own painting, placing his palm just above the paper and channeling a gentle stream of blue light into the ink. The lotus seemed to absorb the energy, beginning to glow softly before lifting off the page entirely. It hovered above the scroll, a perfect three-dimensional replica of the painted image, now constructed entirely of solidified blue light. Cal plucked it from the air and held it out to me. It looked completely real. I could see the delicate veining in the petals, the subtle gradations of color, even a few drops of morning dew clinging to its surface. "Your turn," he said, allowing his lotus to dissolve back into motes of light. "Channel your energy slowly and steadily. Visualize the flower rising from the page, becoming solid." I placed my hand over my awkward painting and focused on channeling blue sun energy into it. I could feel the ink beginning to respond, absorbing the energy I provided, but the process felt sluggish compared to Cal's effortless demonstration. Gradually, my painted flower began to glow and then, with what felt like considerable resistance, lifted from the page. Unlike Cal's perfect lotus, my creation was clearly a beginner's work. The petals were unevenly formed, the colors slightly muddy, and the entire structure wavered uncertainly in the air. I managed to hold it together long enough to reach out and touch it, feeling its semi-solid surface against my fingertips for a brief moment before it shuddered and collapsed back into ink, leaving a faint blue residue on my hand. "A good first attempt," Cal said, and there seemed to be genuine encouragement in his voice. "Much better than most achieve on their initial try. Your connection to the blue sun is indeed remarkable." "It barely held together," I said, examining the residue on my fingers. "Yet it manifested at all," Cal countered. "Many novices require weeks of practice before their paintings will rise from the page, even momentarily. You've shown an innate talent that supports what the selection revealed about your resonance." I wiped the residue away, oddly pleased by the small achievement despite knowing it was relatively insignificant in the grand scheme of my situation. "The key to improvement is repetition," Cal said, setting a fresh scroll before me. "Let's try again, this time with a slightly different approach." The next few hours passed in a cycle of instruction, practice, and refinement. Cal was a surprisingly patient teacher, demonstrating techniques multiple times when necessary and offering specific corrections rather than vague criticism. By the end of the session, I had produced a dozen flowers of increasing quality, the last of which actually maintained its form for nearly a minute before dissolving. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. "Excellent progress," Cal said as I completed my final attempt. "You're advancing more quickly than I anticipated, though given your unprecedented resonance with the blue sun, perhaps I shouldn't be surprised." He gathered the used scrolls, setting them aside in a neat stack. "We'll start on creating other simple life forms tomorrow. Who knows, maybe even a small animal." "Thank you for your guidance," I said, flexing my fingers to relieve the stiffness from holding the brush for so long. I still have much to learn. Cal smiled, then surprised me by reaching out to pat my shoulder in a gesture that felt almost brotherly. You did well today, Tomas. I'm looking forward to our continued lessons. The casual physical contact caught me off guard. It seemed genuinely affectionate rather than calculated. A moment of spontaneous approval from a teacher pleased with his student. It made me wonder again about the complexity of Cal's character. How much of this was genuine and how much was performance? After countless time loops, perhaps the line between sincere emotion and strategic behavior had blurred even for Cal himself. Before you go, Cal said, his tone shifting subtly as he poured fresh tea into our cups. There's something I've been curious about. I accepted the tea, keeping my expression neutral. Yes. Your survival during the attack on your village, Cal said, studying my face carefully over the rim of his cup. From what I understand, it was a coordinated raid led by a rank 2 skybound practitioner. Such attacks typically leave no survivors. And there it was, the question I'd been expecting since we began. I took a slow sip of tea, using the moment to gather my thoughts. I ran, I said simply, letting a hint of shame color my voice. At the first sign of danger, I fled into the forest behind our mill. Even so, Cal pressed gently, raiders are thorough. They search for survivors, especially in the surrounding areas. I stared into my tea, as if the memory pained me. I didn't look back. Not even once. I just kept running. I shook my head. It must have been luck that they didn't find me. Or perhaps they had what they wanted and didn't bother searching that far out. Cal seemed to consider this, his expression thoughtful. The blue sun works in strange ways, he said finally. Perhaps it was already guiding your path, even then. I shook my head. It wasn't divine intervention, just me being a coward while everyone I knew died. Cal set his cup down and placed his hand on my shoulder again, his expression serious but kind. Listen to me, Tomas. Against a rank 2 skybound practitioner, running was the only option. Fighting would have merely added your death to the others. There's no shame in surviving. I nodded slowly, as if taking comfort in his words. It's getting late, Cal said, glancing at the position of the blue sun through the window. You should return to the apex and rest. We have much work ahead of us in the coming days. I rose, bowing respectfully. Thank you again for today's instruction, Cal. As I walked back through the dreamer's garden, I took a moment to truly study the extraordinary plants that filled it. Now that I understood more about light weaving, I could better appreciate the mastery these creations represented. Every leaf, every petal, every subtle movement in the breeze demonstrated Cal's profound understanding of both art and life. The blue flowers seemed to track my movements slightly as I passed, their petals turning toward me like sentient beings rather than mere plants. Were they watching me? Reporting back to their creator somehow? I couldn't dismiss the possibility. When I arrived at the apex, I found my chambers as I'd left them. Spacious, elegant, and uncomfortably grand for someone used to more modest accommodations. Several new items had been added during my absence. A selection of painting supplies arranged on a side table, fresh robes laid out on the bed, and a tray of fruit and bread for an evening meal. I poured myself a cup of water from a crystal pitcher and settled onto a cushion near the window. From this vantage point, I could see much of the academy below. Training grounds where students practiced forms, gardens where elders meditated, dormitories where lights were beginning to glow as evening approached. It's beautiful, I admitted. In another life, I might have appreciated the opportunity to study here properly. Without the impending doom and manipulation, you mean? Azure quipped. Exactly. I smiled ruefully. Just another student learning to paint with light. Not the alleged last saint caught between time loopers and world-ending threats. Well, your first lesson with Cal was interesting, Azure commented. Interesting is one word for it, I replied. He's probing, testing stories, looking for inconsistencies. To be expected, Azure said reasonably. Someone in his position, having lived through countless loops, would naturally be suspicious of anything that deviates from the established pattern. I nodded absently, acknowledging the observation. It was extremely likely he'll pay Porvale Village a visit in the next loop to verify my story and figure out what change caused me to not only survive, but become the next saint. The training itself was valuable, at least I started. The principles are similar enough to other techniques I've studied that I should be able to advance relatively quickly. Just not too quickly, Azure cautioned. Appearing too talented will only intensify his scrutiny. Balance, I agreed. Show enough progress to seem gifted even for a saint, but not enough to seem impossible. From what little I had gathered about the saints before me, it seemed they lived relatively short lives, but their extreme talent allowed them to reach the higher ranks way faster than even those considered prodigies. Which was perfect for me. As the last saint with beyond exceptional resonance, it would only make sense for me advance faster. Master, I do have to admit, Cal is a better teacher than I would have expected, given what we know of his ultimate goals. He's played this role before, I suggested, rubbing my neck to release the tension that had built during hours of focusing on detailed brushwork, probably in many previous loops with the other saints. The patience and skill of a good teacher becomes second nature after enough repetition. True, Azure agreed, though I wonder if there isn't some genuine pleasure he takes in the role. I considered this as I watched the blue sunlight fade to twilight. Perhaps. Or maybe he's simply ensuring I develop in the way that best serves his plans. A well-trained saint would be more useful to him than an ignorant one. I was about to continue on that train of thought when Azure's tone suddenly changed, becoming more urgent. Master, he said, you know how you said to keep an eye on the Genesis seed to see if there were any changes after it devoured the saint's essence? I straightened, immediately alert. Yes. Well, Azure continued, his voice mixing concern with fascination. Something has happened. I didn't waste any time. Immediately, I dove into my inner world, needing to see for myself what Azure had detected. The four quadrants materialized around me, but my attention focused on the center, where the Genesis seed stood tall and proud, except right now it didn't look proud at all. The massive tree appeared to be, well, sick. Its normally vibrant bark had taken on a sickly blue-green tinge, and its leaves were trembling. The roots, which usually rested peacefully in the soil, were writhing slightly, as if in discomfort. What's happening to it? I asked, approaching cautiously as the entire tree began to sway. The blue mini-sun that orbited overhead seemed to be keeping its distance, hovering nervously near the edge of the canopy. I'm not entirely sure, he replied, studying the unusual patterns rippling across the tree's surface. But I suspect it has something to do with the saint's essence it absorbed. Perhaps there were elements within it that the seed is having difficulty processing. I frowned, placing my palm flat against the trunk. Is it in danger? The Genesis seed is remarkably resilient, Azure reassured me, though I detected a note of uncertainty in his voice. It has integrated foreign energies before without. His words were cut short as the tree suddenly convulsed. The entire trunk shuddered violently, sending a cascade of leaves fluttering down around us. I stepped back instinctively, watching in alarm as the bark split open near the base of the trunk, revealing a pulsing blue light within. What in the... I began but didn't finish. With a sound like a gasping breath, the tree seemingly vomited a stream of pure blue light. The luminous energy poured out of the opening, pooling on the ground before us. Instead of dissipating, however, it began to coalesce, forming shapes that gradually solidified into recognizable images. It's creating a projection, Azure murmured, moving closer. Some kind of vision. The blue light sharpened, revealing a scene playing out before us like a living painting. I recognized the elegant architecture of Cal's study, the shelves lined with scrolls, the table where we had practiced my first painting techniques. Cal was studying a scroll marked Lesson 7 in elegant calligraphy, and there, standing before him, was me, or rather, Tomas, the body I now inhabited. The vision Tomas looked slightly different, more confident, perhaps, with a subtle glow emanating from beneath his skin. His eyes held an unnatural brightness that I recognized immediately as the blue sun's influence. "Master," Vision Tomas began, his voice carrying a strange resonance that wasn't my own. "The blue sun has shown me a vision." Cal, who had been studying a scroll, set it aside, giving the saint his full attention. "Tell me." "The time has come," Vision Tomas declared, his voice taking on an almost prophetic quality. "We must put a stop to the red sun's madness once and for all. The barriers between worlds grow thin, and only by eliminating the corruption of the red sun can we protect our realm from what lies beyond." I watched Cal's reaction carefully. His expression remained neutral, but there was a subtle shift in his posture, a tightening of his shoulders, a slight narrowing of his eyes. This wasn't the first time he'd heard these words, I realized. He'd received this message before, perhaps hundreds of times across his many loops. "The blue sun has shown me the way," Vision Tomas continued. "You must strike at the heart of the Red Sun Academy." Before I could hear Cal's reply, the scene shifted, dissolving and reforming into a new image. This one showed Cal and Headmaster Hiron facing each other above the Red Sun Academy, a perfect mirror of the battle I'd witnessed in the previous loop. Cal's paintings swirled around him like living constellations, while Hiron stood within a complex formation of blood-red runes. The sky between them was torn with conflicting energies as Lightweavers and Skybound fought to the death below. "The culmination," Azure murmured beside me. "The battle that ends each loop." The scene shifted again before we could witness the battle's outcome. This new vision showed a location I didn't recognize, a massive, ancient tree that dwarfed even the most impressive structures I'd seen in this world. Its trunk was wide enough that 100 people could stand around its circumference without touching shoulders, and its canopy stretched so high that the uppermost branches disappeared into the clouds. Standing before this colossal tree was Vision Tomas, carefully painting an elaborate formation on the ground surrounding the tree's base. A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. "The World Tree," Azure murmured beside me, "one of the anchoring points of this world's barriers." The formation Vision Tomas was creating looked complex and beautiful, concentric circles of glowing blue symbols interspersed with more organic, flowing patterns. As the last brushstroke fell into place, the entire formation lit up with blinding intensity. The light spread upward, engulfing the massive tree. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then, with a sound like a mountainside splitting open, the tree began to move. Branches that had been still for millennia swayed and reached toward the sky. Roots that had delved deep into the earth for eons shifted and churned the soil around them. The tree was awakening. Vision Tomas stepped back, watching with a mixture of awe and triumph as the world tree fully animated. Its branches stretched impossibly higher, seemingly reaching for the heavens themselves. Then, with a movement so sudden it was almost violent, the tree's uppermost branches pierced the sky, literally tearing through the fabric of reality to reach the red sun that hung above. The branches wrapped around the crimson orb like grasping fingers, and with a pull that shook the very foundations of the world, began to tear it apart. The red sun fractured, crimson light spilling out like blood from a mortal wound. Piece by piece, fragment by fragment, the celestial body was dismantled by the world tree's relentless grip. As the last pieces of the red sun were consumed, the scene shifted one final time. We now viewed a peaceful landscape. Rolling hills, verdant forests, tranquil lakes, all bathed in the gentle light of a single sun. The blue sun hung alone in the clear sky, its serene radiance touching everything with a soft, comforting glow. And then the screen collapsed, the blue energy retracting back into the Genesis seed. The opening in the trunk sealed itself with a sound like a sigh, and gradually, the tree's appearance began to return to normal. The sickly color faded from its bark, and its leaves straightened once more. What was that?" I whispered, staring at the now normal Genesis seed. Azure moved closer to the tree, examining it carefully. "It appears the Genesis seed has become an intermediary," he said thoughtfully. It's intercepting and processing the visions from the blue sun before they can reach you directly. I remembered the agonized expression on Saint Icarus's face during his final moments. The way his body had contorted, his eyes rolling back as the blue sun's vision possessed him. It had looked excruciating, invasive, like his very soul was being violated by the foreign presence. So instead of the vision hitting me directly, the Genesis seed absorbed it, digested it, and then showed it to us in a filtered form. I suggested. Precisely, Azure nodded. The saint's essence we destroyed was meant to be the conduit for these visions. Without it, the blue sun is still attempting to communicate, but now the messages are being processed by the Genesis seed. The question is, what will I do with this knowledge? Azure didn't respond immediately, giving me space to think through the problem myself. It was one of the things I appreciated most about him. He knew when to offer guidance and when to let me reason things through on my own. My focus turned to the miniature blue sun orbiting overhead. It seemed so innocent here in my inner world, just a speck of light, beautiful and bright. Hard to believe the actual blue sun was a malevolent force manipulating an entire world toward some cataclysmic end. I've been worried about the wrong observers, I said softly. I've been concerned about servants and elders watching me, but it's the blue sun itself I should fear most. They say it sees everything in its territory. If that's true, we must be extraordinarily careful, Azure agreed. The blue sun seems to prefer working through intermediaries rather than taking direct action, I mused. Whether that's due to preference or limitation isn't clear, but it doesn't need to act directly when it has an entire order of devoted followers ready to do its bidding. After a few moments of contemplation, I laid out my options, trying to see each path as clearly as possible. First option. I could tell Cal about the vision, exactly as the Genesis seed showed it to me. Let events play out as they did in the previous loop. This would give me the opportunity to reach the world tree and see firsthand what's happening. Maybe I could even use the Genesis seed's power to actually strengthen the barriers instead of weakening them. Risky, Azure observed. You'd be placing yourself directly in the blue sun's crosshairs. If it realizes you're working against its plans. I know, I nodded grimly. But at least I'd be in a position to potentially make a difference. I moved on to my next thought. Second option. I could lie to Cal, tell him I had a different vision. One where he and I travel together to the world trees to strengthen the barriers. That would keep you from being alone and vulnerable, Azure noted. But it comes with its own problems. Yeah, I agreed. The moment I relay a vision different from what the blue sun intended, it will know something's wrong. The saint's essence failed somehow, and I'm not under its control. The consequences of that. I trailed off with a shudder. And Cal himself would be suspicious, Azure added. If every saint in every loop has told him the same vision, and suddenly you're telling him something different, he'll wonder why. Even if he attributes it to your unusual circumstances, he'll be watching you more closely. That's likely, I murmured, running a hand through my hair. And my third option is the most tempting one, to let events play out as they have in previous loops while I just focus on painting. It is what you came here to do, Azure agreed. You can worry about the outcome of this world when you have the power to affect it. The third option was the safe option. With the time loop in place, the fate of the world could wait. The more concerning issue was the looper himself. It was only a matter of time before I was discovered by Cal. If not in this iteration, then a later one. I had to figure out a way to bring him on my side. No longer having to hide my identity as a fellow looper would make reaching my goals so much easier. But I had to be careful. I still didn't know if I could trust him. I turned back to face Azure. There's something else bothering me. We know the blue sun is a pawn of whatever entity is trying to break through into this world. But what about the red sun? Is it part of the same plot? Or is it truly the opposing force the blue sun order believes it to be? The vision showed the red sun being destroyed, Azure pointed out. Yes, but that could easily be misdirection, I countered. What if both suns are working toward the same goal through different methods? Or what if the red sun is genuinely opposing the blue sun's plans? Azure nodded thoughtfully. It could be worth finding that out in a future cycle. So many questions, so few answers. I sighed. But one thing is certain, my priority must be to avoid being discovered and having my soul tampered with by some higher-ranked Lightweaver. Everything else is secondary to that. I gazed out over my inner world, taking in the mountains, forests, and open spaces I'd created. In many ways, this place had become more real to me than the physical world outside. It was here that I felt most myself, most connected to who I truly was beyond the borrowed body and circumstances I now inhabited. "We have time," I said finally, my decision made for the moment. The vision showed me approaching Cal during our 7th lesson. That gives us some breathing room to consider our options more carefully. 1 week to decide. 1 week to plan. 1 week before the game truly began. No pressure. When I woke up the next morning, I lay still for a moment, watching the light shift and dance as I gathered my thoughts about yesterday's events. "Good morning, Master," Azure greeted me. "You slept well as can be expected," I replied mentally, moving to the washing basin. The water was cool against my skin, helping to chase away the last vestiges of sleep. "Any changes with the Genesis seed?" "None since the vision," Azure confirmed. "It'll likely only act up when receiving a vision." I nodded absently. The Genesis seed suffering what looked like indigestion was preferable to me having a seizure. A soft knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. "Most honored saint?" called a voice I recognized as Novice Khan's. "The elders have arrived to see you. Shall I tell them you're receiving visitors?" The elders? This early? I hastily slipped into the formal blue robes laid out for me the night before. "Just a moment," I called, checking my appearance in a polished silver mirror. I looked presentable enough. The robes were designed to look impressive regardless of how they were worn. "Send them in." I positioned myself near the window, trying to appear contemplatively gazing out at the academy grounds rather than caught off guard by their early visit. The door opened to admit 4 elders, including Elder Soren and Elder Morel, whom I recognized from the selection. "Most honored saint," Elder Soren greeted me with a deep bow, the others following suit. "We hope we're not disturbing your morning meditations." "Not at all," I lied smoothly, turning from the window with what I hoped was a serene smile. "I welcome your guidance as I adjust to my new role." Elder Morel stepped forward, her gray-streaked hair bound in an elaborate knot atop her head. Unlike the severe expression she'd worn during the selection, her face now held a genuine warmth. "We've come to check on your well-being," she said. "The transition can be overwhelming for new saints. How are you feeling after your first lessons with Elder Cal?" So that's what this was about. They weren't just checking on me, they were checking on Cal's influence. "I'm learning a great deal," I said carefully. "Elder Cal is a thorough and patient teacher." The elders exchanged subtle glances at this, their expressions impossible to read. One of the elders I didn't recognize, a stout woman with braided silver hair and laugh lines around her eyes, stepped forward. "I am Elder Neria," she introduced herself with a slight bow. "I oversee the Academy's historical archives. I must confess, many of us were surprised by Elder Cal's interest in taking you as his disciple. He's never shown such inclination in the past." I noticed the subtle emphasis on Cal's name and the flicker of something, resentment or concern, in the elder's eyes. Clearly, there was more to the disagreement about my tutelage than Novice Khan had revealed. "I couldn't say why he chose me," I replied, injecting a note of humility into my voice. "I'm merely grateful for the opportunity to learn from such an accomplished master." The 4th elder, a thin, almost skeletal man, remained silent, observing me with unblinking eyes. Elder Soren noticed my glance toward this 4th member and smiled slightly. "And this is Elder Thorn. He speaks little but sees much." Elder Thorn inclined his head a fraction of an inch, the closest thing to acknowledgement I was apparently going to get from him. "We've come not only to check on your progress," Elder Morel continued, "but to provide more details about the ceremony that will take place after your 4th lesson with Elder Cal." "The ceremony of presentation," I said, recalling what Novice Khan had mentioned. Precisely, Elder Soren nodded, looking pleased that I was aware of it. It is where you will be formally introduced to the entire order, from the most senior elders to the newest initiates. All will gather to witness the new saint and hear the wisdom of the Blue Sun spoken through you. The ceremony will be held in the Grand Pavilion, Elder Morel added. It'll take place after your 4th lesson. You need not concern yourself with preparations. Everything will be arranged. My stomach tightened. I'd never been a fan of public speaking. My speech at the floating reed village went pretty well, all things considering. I could only pray I get lucky again. At least the content wouldn't be difficult. I could easily string together some vague spiritual platitudes and Blue Sun propaganda. The sort of meaningless, inspirational nonsense that would satisfy them. It was standing before all those eyes that made me uncomfortable. I'm honored by the order's attention. I forced a smile. I only hope I can fulfill the role as the Blue Sun intends. Elder Soren smiled broadly at this, clearly pleased by my apparent piety. The Blue Sun chose wisely, he said. Your modesty speaks well of you, most honored saint. The elders stayed for another hour, providing more details about the ceremony and my role within the order. I listened carefully, asking questions that would mark me as eager but humble, a willing vessel for the Blue Sun's will rather than the imposter I actually was. Oh, and one more thing you should be aware of, Elder Soren had added before they left. Headmaster Monroe is returning in a few days. He's most eager to meet the last saint. I look forward to meeting him as well, I had said with a smile, not at all enjoying the thought of being scrutinized by yet another rank 8 being. When they finally left, I let out a sigh of tension that I'd been holding in. But despite the excitement brought by the events of the morning, I couldn't rest. I still had a lesson that I was now almost late for. I quickly made my way to Cal's pavilion. When I arrived, I found the door already open. Inside, Cal was arranging a series of scrolls and brushes on the central table. He looked up as I entered, a smile spreading across his face. "Good morning, Tomas," he greeted me. "You're right on time." "Good morning, Cal," I replied, bowing slightly. I was eager to continue our lessons. "Excellent enthusiasm," he nodded approvingly. "Let's build on yesterday's progress, shall we? We'll start with something familiar, flowers again, but try for greater complexity and duration today." For the next several hours, we repeated the previous day's exercises but with increasing difficulty. Cal had me create various flowers. Roses with intricate layered petals, orchids with delicate structures, lotus blossoms that actually opened and closed in response to light. My progress was noticeable even to me. Where yesterday's creations had been crude and unstable, today's manifestations held their form longer and showed finer detail. By midday, I could create a simple flower that maintained its structure for nearly 2 minutes before dissolving back into blue light. A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Much better, Cal commented as my latest creation. A blue chrysanthemum with dozens of perfectly formed petals finally faded away. "These flowers are beautiful," I said, "but they're still normal flowers. When might we move on to spiritual flowers?" Cal raised an eyebrow. "You're eager to advance. Good." He selected a fresh scroll and brush. "Spiritual flowers are actually a rank 2 technique. Let me demonstrate." With fluid, graceful strokes, Cal painted what appeared to be a regular lotus blossom. But when he infused it with energy, the flower that rose from the scroll glowed with internal fire. Heat radiated from its core, and tiny embers occasionally drifted from its petals, disappearing before they touched the table. "A fire lotus," Cal explained. "Spiritual flowers require infusing elemental properties into their very nature. Fire, water, wind, earth, and so on. They're not merely representations of physical flowers, but manifest magical properties based on their elemental affinities." I nodded with appropriate student-like interest, but inwardly, my mind was racing with possibilities. With enough practice, I could eventually create spiritual plants that would not only benefit my inner world's development, but could make me incredibly wealthy. In the cultivation world, such spiritual herbs were worth their weight in gold, sometimes literally. And for an outer disciple like myself, constantly scrambling for resources, the ability to create valuable spiritual materials would be game-changing. It will be some time before you're ready for such techniques, Cal continued, letting his fire lotus dissolve. But your progress suggests you'll advance to that level sooner than most. Now, let's try creating something with movement. An insect, perhaps. I nodded, picking up my brush. What kind of insect would be easiest to begin with? A butterfly, Cal suggested. They have relatively simple structures compared to other insects, and their movements are predictable patterns rather than the more complex behaviors of, say, ants or bees. He demonstrated first, as usual. With a few elegant strokes, a butterfly took shape on his scroll. Delicate wings, a slender body, feathery antennae. When he infused it with energy, the butterfly lifted gracefully from the page, its wings moving in perfectly synchronized beats as it fluttered around the room. The key, Cal explained as we watched his creation explore the space, is to think beyond form into function. You're not just creating the shape of a butterfly but the essence of butterflyness. Its way of moving, its relationship to air currents, its natural behaviors. I nodded, studying the butterfly's movements carefully. After a minute or so, it returned to Cal's outstretched finger, perched there briefly, and then dissolved into motes of blue light. Your turn, Cal said, indicating the blank scroll before me. I took a deep breath, centered myself, and began to paint. My brushstrokes weren't as fluid as Cal's, but I focused on capturing the essential elements of the butterfly. The symmetrical wings, the proportions of body to wingspan, the delicate antennae. When I finished the painting, I placed my hand above it and channeled blue sun energy into the image. The butterfly began to glow, lifting slightly from the page, but then shuddered, its wings trembling unnaturally before collapsing back into a flat image. Cal murmured. Try again, but this time focus less on the appearance and more on the movement. Close your eyes for a moment and visualize a butterfly in flight. Feel the rhythm of its wings, the way it dances on air currents. I closed my eyes, drawing on memories of butterflies I'd observed in various worlds. I recalled their seemingly random yet purposeful flights, the gentle opening and closing of their wings when resting, the way they balanced on flowers with such delicate precision. My second attempt was better. The butterfly rose from the scroll and managed a few awkward flaps before dissolving, but still far from successful. Don't be discouraged, Cal said, noting my frown of frustration. Moving from plants to animals is a significant step. Plants respond primarily to external forces: light, water, air. Animals initiate movement based on internal drives. It's a fundamentally different type of creation. We continued practicing throughout the afternoon, with Cal occasionally demonstrating alternative approaches or suggesting adjustments to my technique. Despite multiple attempts, however, I couldn't achieve more than a brief, stuttering animation before my butterflies collapsed back into inert paintings. I think that's enough for today, Cal said finally, as my latest attempt fluttered weakly for a few seconds before dissolving. You've made good progress, even if it doesn't feel that way. Sometimes the mind needs time to process new concepts before the breakthrough comes. I nodded, setting down my brush with a sigh. Thank you for your patience. Patience is essential for a teacher, Cal replied, his eyes studying me with that peculiar intensity again. Tell me, Tomas, did you have any mentors in your village? Someone who taught you skills or crafts? The question seemed casual, but I recognized it for what it was: another probe into my background, searching for inconsistencies. My father taught me about the mill, I answered, sticking close to what would be expected of the real Tomas. How to judge the quality of grain, maintain the grinding stones, repair the water wheel. And our village had a healer who taught me a little about identifying plants. A healer? Cal's interest seemed to sharpen. Did they use the blue sun's energy in their work? I shook my head. Not directly. Just herb lore, poultices, setting bones. Nothing like what light weavers do. Interesting, Cal murmured. Most village healers have at least some rudimentary connection to the blue sun, even if they don't fully understand it. The most effective healing herbs are those that grow in areas with strong blue sun resonance. Maybe she did. I backpedaled slightly, not wanting to create a contradiction that might raise suspicion. If so, she never spoke of it that way. To us, it was just the old knowledge passed down through generations. Cal seemed satisfied with this answer. Many remote villages preserve fragments of Lightweaver techniques without recognizing their origin. It's part of why we send emissaries to search for potential students in outlying regions. He began gathering the scrolls we'd used, setting them aside in neat stacks. That will be all for today. Rest well and don't be discouraged. Tomorrow we'll try a different approach that might help you overcome the barrier you're experiencing. The third day of training dawned clear and bright. I'd spent the previous evening reviewing what I'd learned, mentally dissecting the process of creation and identifying where my technique failed when attempting to animate the butterfly. When I arrived, Cal was already painting, his brush moving in gentle arcs across a large scroll spread on the floor rather than the table. He didn't look up when I entered, completely absorbed in his work. I waited silently, watching his technique. Each stroke flowed seamlessly into the next, his movements so fluid they almost resembled a dance. The image taking shape was a small garden scene. A flowering bush, a stone path, and what appeared to be the beginning of a pond. Finally, Cal set down his brush and looked up, seeming almost surprised to find me there. "Ah, Tomas, good morning. I was just preparing something for our lesson today." "It's beautiful," I said, indicating the half-finished painting. "Will we be working on landscapes today?" "Not yet." Cal shook his head, rising gracefully to his feet. "This is for a later demonstration. Today we're returning to insects, but with a change in approach." He gestured to the table, where I was surprised to find not scrolls and brushes, but a small glass container. Inside, a real butterfly, not a Lightweaver creation but an actual living insect, fluttered against the transparent walls. However, with how realistic Cal's creations were, I could totally be wrong. Sometimes, Cal explained, the best way to understand the essence of something is to observe it directly. Before you try to create again, I want you to study this butterfly, not just its appearance, but its movements, the rhythm of its wings, how it responds to its environment. I approached the container, watching as the butterfly, a striking specimen with wings that shimmered between blue and purple, depending on how the light struck them, flitted from one side to the other. "It's beautiful," I said honestly. "I've never seen one with coloring like this." "It's a blue empress," Cal informed me. "They're native to the eastern forests, where the blue sun's influence is particularly strong. Their chrysalises absorb blue sun energy, which infuses their wings with these iridescent patterns." For the next hour, Cal had me observe the butterfly from various angles, sketching it repeatedly to internalize its proportions and movements. He explained the mechanics of butterfly flight, the relationship between wing shape and aerial maneuverability, even the significance of different wing patterns. "Now," he said finally, "I want you to try again, but this time, instead of thinking of the butterfly as an object to be created, think of it as an extension of your own energy, a part of yourself taking temporary form in the world." I selected a brush and began to paint, trying to incorporate everything I'd observed into the image. This time, I focused not just on the butterfly's appearance, but on capturing a sense of the life force I'd witnessed in the real insect. When I channeled energy into the painting, I felt a different kind of connection form, less like pushing against resistance and more like guiding a current along a natural channel. The butterfly lifted from the page, its wings opening and closing in a rhythm that mirrored the live specimen's movements. "Yes," Cal encouraged. "Keep the connection steady. Don't try to control its every movement. Set a general intention and let it follow its nature." My creation fluttered around the room, its movements becoming more natural by the second. It circled my head once, then flew to a nearby flower arrangement, where it perched momentarily before taking flight again. "Excellent," Cal beamed. "You've crossed an important threshold. Your creation has autonomy within the parameters you've established. The butterfly continued its flight for nearly 30 seconds before gradually dissolving into blue motes that scattered like dust in a sunbeam. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, feeling a strange mixture of elation and exhaustion. That was different, I said. It felt more like guiding than creating. Precisely, Cal nodded approvingly. That's the essence of higher light weaving. We don't force our will upon reality. We invite aspects of potential reality to manifest through us. The blue sun's energy doesn't create something from nothing. It reveals what could be. We spent the remainder of the morning practicing with increasingly complex insects. Bees with articulated legs and transparent wings, dragonflies with iridescent bodies, even a small beetle with an intricate carapace pattern. Each manifestation lasted longer than the last, and by midday, I could maintain a creation for nearly a full minute. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. As we paused for tea, Cal's questions shifted once again to my background. Lady Leyland found you after the raid on your village, is that correct? He asked, his tone casual as he poured steaming liquid into delicate cups. Yes, I confirmed, accepting the offered tea. I was hiding in the forest when her party passed by on the road. Fortunate timing, Cal observed, watching me over the rim of his cup. The odds of a noble's entourage passing so soon after a raid must be remarkably slim. I suppose it was fortune, I agreed, sipping the tea to hide my wariness. Or perhaps the blue sun's guidance, as some have suggested. And Lady Leyland took you into her service immediately? Cal pressed. Without knowing your background or abilities? I set down my cup, considering how to respond. This line of questioning was clearly designed to probe for inconsistencies in my story. I needed to provide enough detail to seem truthful without creating contradictions with what Leyland might have reported. But more importantly, I had to remember to retrace my steps in future loops, so Cal doesn't suspect my identity as a looper. Not immediately, I said honestly. Her guard captain, Barrick, was suspicious of me at first. Thought I might be a plant from a rival house or even a raider spy. Lady Leyland overruled him, but I was kept under close observation for the first few days. Understandable precautions, Cal nodded. The noble houses play dangerous games with one another. One can never be too careful. Lady Leyland seemed different, I ventured, watching Cal's reaction. Less concerned with those games than with genuine compassion. A flicker of something, recognition or agreement, passed across Cal's face. Yes, House Varian has that reputation. Lady Leyland particularly so. He paused, seeming to consider something. Her grandmother was much the same before her passing. Too honorable for court politics, many said. This was interesting. Cal spoke of Leyland's family with what appeared to be genuine familiarity. It wouldn't surprise me if he had drawn closer to her in previous loops. The journey to the academy must have been educational for someone from a small village, Cal continued, smoothly changing direction. What were your impressions of the world beyond Porvale? Overwhelming at first, I admitted, which was truthful enough. This world was indeed a constant barrage of new information to process. The cities especially, the architecture, the crowds, the noise, nothing like village life. And the Blue Sun Academy? Your first impressions. I gestured to the window, where the academy's elegant spires rose against the blue sky. How could anyone not be awed? I'd never imagined buildings that seemed to defy gravity, gardens with plants that respond to thought, scholars creating life with brushstrokes. I shook my head in genuine wonder. It's like stepping into a different world entirely. He didn't know just how true that statement was. Cal seemed pleased with this response. The wonder never entirely fades, even after centuries. I still find new marvels to appreciate, new depths to explore in the Blue Sun's gifts. Gifts? Either he was playing the role of a puppet or he really was but a pawn for the Blue Sun. The afternoon session continued our progress with insect creations, focusing now on maintaining multiple manifestations simultaneously. By the day's end, I could create 3 butterflies that flew in coordinated patterns for nearly 2 minutes before dissolving. "You're advancing remarkably quickly," Cal observed as we concluded the day's training. "Tomorrow we'll attempt something more challenging. A small mammal, perhaps. The complexity increases substantially with higher life forms." "Thank you for your guidance today," I bowed gratefully. The new approach made a significant difference. As I turned to leave, Cal called after me, "Oh, and Tomas? I've been meaning to ask, how exactly did you come to select painting as your Lightweaver discipline? Most candidates have preferences based on prior exposure or natural inclinations." Another probe, carefully timed for the end of the session when my guard might be lower. "I didn't know much about any of the disciplines," I answered carefully. But when the choices were explained, painting seemed the most versatile. I've always enjoyed creating things with my hands, even if it was just carving simple designs on wood back in the village. Cal nodded, apparently satisfied. "A good instinct. Each discipline has its strengths, but painting does offer particular flexibility. Sleep well. Tomorrow will be interesting." I blinked in response, wondering what he had in mind for our next lesson. The morning of the 4th lesson arrived with unexpected news. I was on my way to my lesson when Novice Khan intercepted me in the corridor. "Most honored saint," he said, bowing quickly. "Have you heard the news?" "What news?" I asked, immediately alert. "Headmaster Monroe is missing," Khan said, lowering his voice although we were alone in the hallway. "He was expected to return last night, but there's been no sign of him. The elders have been unable to establish contact through the usual methods. This was unexpected. Is there a search party being organized?" "The Council of Elders met at dawn," Khan explained. "They've dispatched several senior Lightweavers to his last known location, but—" He hesitated, glancing around nervously. "Some are saying that something is seriously wrong." I considered this information carefully. Headmaster Monroe's absence during the battle between the Red and Blue Sun Academies in the previous loop suddenly took on new significance. I had assumed he'd been elsewhere during the conflict, but what if his absence had been deliberately arranged? "Thank you for letting me know," I said. "I should go to my lesson now." Khan bowed again. "Of course, most honored saint. Elder Cal awaits you." As I continued toward Cal's chambers, I couldn't help but wonder if his words yesterday, that today would be interesting, had referred not to our lesson but to this disappearance. I had little doubt that Cal had something to do with it. The timing was just too convenient. When I arrived, Cal was waiting in his usual spot, but today the table had been cleared of scrolls. Instead, a small collection of fist-sized stones rested in the center, each one smoothly polished and faintly luminescent. "Good morning, Tomas," he greeted me. "I thought we'd try something different today. These are resonance stones. They absorb and reflect blue sun energy in ways that can help with your paintings." I approached the table curiously, watching Cal carefully for any sign that he was preoccupied with the headmaster's disappearance. But his manner was as calm and focused as ever, betraying nothing unusual. "How do they work?" I asked, deciding to follow his lead for now. "Each stone has been calibrated to contain specific energy patterns," Cal explained, selecting one with a bluish-purple hue. "They help you understand the correct energy flows needed for more complex creations. Once you've mastered the pattern through the stone, you'll apply it to your actual painting." He demonstrated by holding the stone between his palms and channeling a small amount of energy into it. The stone began to glow, then emitted a pattern of blue light that danced between his fingers, not a creation itself, but a template showing the energy arrangement. "Watch carefully," Cal said, setting down the stone and picking up a brush. With swift, precise strokes, he painted a small rabbit on a scroll. Then, channeling the same energy pattern he'd just demonstrated with the stone, he brought the painted rabbit to life. It hopped around the table for a minute before dissolving. I selected a stone, feeling its cool weight in my palm. As I channeled a small amount of energy into it, I could sense the intricate pattern contained within, layers of purpose, form, and movement interwoven into a cohesive whole. When I tried to paint what I felt, however, I only produced a formless cloud of blue light that quickly dissipated. You're sensing the pattern correctly, but your brushwork isn't capturing it yet, Cal observed. Think of it like trying to transcribe a complex melody after hearing it only once. The stones let you hear the melody clearly. Now you need to practice reproducing it. For the next hour, I practiced with different stones, gradually learning to feel and recognize various energy patterns. Once I could reliably reproduce a pattern from a stone, Cal would have me immediately try to apply it to a simple painting, channeling the energy in the same configuration. The key insight here, Cal explained as I finally managed to paint and animate a small turtle using a pattern I'd learned from one of the stones, is that when bringing a creation to life, you need to give it not just form but purpose through your energy pattern. Lower-level creations aren't truly intelligent. They operate based on the intentions you infuse them with during creation. So, if I create a butterfly with the purpose of pollinating flowers, I began. It will seek out flowers and attempt to pollinate them until its energy dissipates, Cal confirmed. But it won't, for instance, decide midway to explore a different activity or respond to commands not aligned with its original purpose. That's why my butterfly yesterday couldn't change its flight pattern when I tried to redirect it, I realized. Exactly, Cal nodded approvingly. Until you reach rank 4, your creations will only carry out the purpose you imbue them with at formation. They lack the true consciousness necessary for adaptation or learning. He selected a larger stone from the collection, this one with swirling white patterns against a deep blue background. Let's try something more challenging. This stone contains the pattern for imbuing purpose alongside form. Study it, then paint a small rabbit. Instead of just giving it form, I want you to imbue it with a specific task, say, to retrieve that brush from the side table. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. I took the stone, feeling its energy pattern, more complex than the previous ones, with layered resonances that seemed to shift subtly under my fingers. I studied it carefully, channeling a little energy to make the pattern visible, memorizing the intricate flow and structure. Then I set the stone aside, picked up my brush, and painted a small rabbit. Concentrating deeply, I channeled my energy into the painting, following the complex pattern I just learned, while visualizing not just a rabbit, but a rabbit with the specific task of fetching the brush. The painting glowed brilliantly. Then the rabbit lifted from the page, becoming fully three-dimensional. The creation was remarkably detailed. I could see individual fur strands, the slight twitch of its nose, the purposeful gleam in its eyes. Without hesitation, it hopped across the table, grasped the brush in its mouth, and began dragging it back toward me. Excellent, Cal praised. Now, try to command it to drop the brush and return without it. Drop the brush, I instructed the rabbit, but the creation continued its task, ignoring my command completely. As you can see, Cal explained, it lacks the consciousness to adapt. Its entire existence is defined by the purpose you gave it at creation, to retrieve the brush. That single directive is all it knows or can know. I watched as the rabbit completed its mission, depositing the brush at my hand before dissolving into blue light after about 20 seconds. So, these creations were more like programs. It seemed between rank 1 and rank 3 they had predetermined patterns of behavior. It was only at rank 4 they would develop true autonomy and the ability to learn beyond their initial purpose. We spent the rest of the morning practicing with increasingly complex patterns and purposes. By midday, I could reliably paint small animals that would perform simple tasks, retrieving objects, navigating obstacles, even performing basic sequences of actions like hopping in a specific pattern, all by applying the energy patterns I'd learned from the stones directly to my paintings. As we prepared to conclude the lesson, Cal presented me with one final challenge, a stone with an unusually complex pattern that seemed to shift and change even as I held it. This one is special, he explained. It contains a pattern for conditional behavior. Study it, then paint a rabbit that will attack that cushion over there, but only when it glows blue. I studied the stone carefully, feeling the intricate layers of its resonance pattern. This was substantially more complex than anything we'd attempted so far, Not just a fixed purpose but a conditional one requiring the creation to assess its environment before acting. After carefully examining the pattern, I set the stone aside and painted a rabbit with particular attention to its eyes and posture. Channeling my energy with as much precision as I could muster, I followed the complex pattern while visualizing exactly what I wanted. A rabbit that would remain passive until the trigger condition was met, then attack the designated target. The painting glowed with brilliant blue light, and a larger rabbit than before materialized. This one looked different from the previous creations, sharper somehow, with alert eyes that scanned the room immediately upon formation. It remained motionless, ears twitching occasionally as if listening for a signal. Cal nodded approvingly, then made a subtle gesture with his hand. The cushion across the room began to glow with a soft blue light. Instantly, the rabbit's demeanor changed. Its eyes locked onto the glowing cushion, and it launched itself across the room with surprising speed. It attacked the cushion with genuine ferocity, biting and clawing at the fabric with single-minded determination. Fascinating, isn't it? Cal commented, watching the scene with a smile. The intensity of purpose directly correlates to the energy pattern you infused. You created not just an attacker but a predator. Note the changes in its physical form compared to the retrieval rabbit. Sharper claws, more powerful hind legs for pouncing. After about 20 seconds of systematic destruction, the rabbit finally dissolved into motes of blue light, leaving behind a thoroughly shredded cushion. Well done, Cal smiled. Most students require multiple attempts to achieve that level of complex conditional behavior. You have an intuitive grasp of energy patterning that's rare even among those with strong resonance. It was more violent than I intended, I admitted, somewhat disturbed by the creation's single-minded destruction. The cushion looked like it had been attacked by a real predator, not a constructed manifestation. Another important lesson, Cal nodded. Our emotional state during creation influences the manifestation in subtle ways. Your intensity of focus translated to intensity of purpose in the creation. He glanced at the ruined cushion and smiled slightly. Don't worry about the damage. Creating and destroying are two sides of the same coin in light weaving. Both are necessary parts of mastering the craft. Cal handed me one of the resonance stones. Take this back with you for practice, but remember, resonance stones are just training wheels. They show you the patterns, but true mastery comes when you can reproduce these energy configurations in your painting without relying on them. The stones can limit your creativity if you become dependent on them. With a nod, I placed the stone in my pocket. He then moved to the window, observing the position of the blue sun. We should conclude today's lesson. The ceremony will begin in 2 hours, and we both need to prepare. I blinked in surprise. You're attending the ceremony too? Cal turned, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Of course. It's a momentous occasion. How could I miss it? I just thought. I hesitated. Well, I thought you might be too busy to bother with something like this? Typically, perhaps. But your selection as saint is hardly typical, is it? Cal's eyes held that gleam again. Besides, as your master, my presence is both expected and required. I just smiled back, but inwardly I couldn't help but note the inconsistency. From what I'd gathered through conversations with Novice Khan and snippets from other academy staff, Cal was notorious for his absence from ceremonial functions. He had missed not only the saint selection but even his own anointment as elder. The only logical conclusion was that he was attending specifically to keep watch over me, the anomaly in his carefully mapped loops, the variable he couldn't account for. Before I left, I decided this was the moment to bring up what was on my mind. Speaking of expectations, I heard some troubling news this morning about Headmaster Monroe. A flicker of something, so brief that I nearly missed it, passed across Cal's face before his expression settled into a neutral concern. Ah yes, his absence has caused quite a stir, Cal acknowledged with a small sigh. The council is taking appropriate measures, of course. Should we be worried? I asked, watching his reaction carefully. Cal shook his head dismissively. I wouldn't concern yourself with it, Tomas. If a rank 8 Lightweaver doesn't want to be found, no one will find him. The headmaster has his own affairs to attend to, diplomatic missions, research expeditions. He's been known to disappear for weeks or even months when something captures his interest. I see, I said, maintaining a neutral expression. I suppose I was just surprised, given the importance of today's ceremony. The academy functions perfectly well in his absence, Cal assured me. There's established systems in place that allow for smooth operation even when he's away. I'm sure he'll return when his current task is complete. I nodded, but inwardly I had little doubt. Headmaster Monroe was likely never going to be seen again. At least not in this loop. Whatever Cal's plans required, the headmaster's presence was clearly not part of them. I should return to the Apex to prepare then, I said, bowing slightly. Thank you for today's lesson. Back in the Apex, I adjusted the high collar of my new robe for what must have been the 20th time. You'll wear a hole in it if you keep fidgeting, Azure commented dryly. It's too tight around the neck, I muttered, sliding a finger under the collar again. Why does spiritual enlightenment require strangulation? Perhaps it's a metaphor, Azure suggested. The physical discomfort represents the burden of responsibility. I snorted. Or maybe whoever designed these robes had a very different neck than mine. The attendants had spent nearly an hour dressing me, treating each fold and crease with reverent care. The outer robe was a deep celestial blue that darkened to nearly black in the shadows, with silver embroidery depicting stylized representations of the blue sun's rays. Beneath it was a lighter inner robe of pale blue silk, and silver blue pants that gathered at the ankles above soft leather boots. A sash of midnight blue wrapped around my waist, secured with a clasp carved from some luminescent crystal. Is all this really necessary? I had asked as they draped a delicate silver chain across my shoulders, from which hung a small pendant shaped like a lotus, the symbol of my office as saint. You represent the blue sun's chosen vessel. The senior attendant had replied seriously. Your appearance must reflect the dignity and gravity of your position. Now, standing before the mirror in my chambers, I barely recognized myself. The humble village boy was gone, replaced by someone who looked like he belonged among the elite of the Blue Sun Academy. The transformation was unsettling. Well, I murmured to my reflection, at least now I look the part. The clothes make the man, or so they say, Azure commented. Today's ceremony would be my first public appearance since becoming saint, and all eyes would be upon me. Remember, Azure said as I prepared to leave, you're not just representing yourself today. You're representing the blue sun itself, at least as far as they're concerned. No pressure, I muttered. On the contrary, Azure replied, immense pressure, but nothing you can't handle. I smiled despite myself, before straightening my shoulders and exiting the chambers. The walk to the Grand Pavilion took me through the Heart Gardens. Normally, I would have paused to appreciate the beauty of the place, but my mind was preoccupied with the ceremony ahead. I had spent the previous evening carefully crafting my address with Azure's help, balancing humility with authority, gratitude with certainty, all while avoiding any specific commitments that might bind me to actions I wasn't prepared to take. It was a delicate dance, one I hoped would satisfy the elders and the blue sun without drawing undue attention to myself. As I approached the Grand Pavilion, two attendants, who were standing at the entrance, bowed deeply. Most honored saint, they murmured in unison, stepping aside to let me pass. I took a deep breath and entered, immediately struck by the transformation of the space. When I had dined here with the other candidates almost a week ago, it had been impressive but relatively simple. Now it was resplendent. Hundreds of floating motes of blue light drifted near the ceiling, creating the impression of a starry sky within the dome. Delicate arrangements of impossible blue flowers adorned every table and column. And the crowd, at least 500 people, filled the space, from the youngest acolytes to the most senior elders. Near the far end of the pavilion, on a slightly raised dais, I spotted Cal standing among a group of elders. Even from this distance, I could sense the tension in their body language. Rigid postures, overly formal gestures, a certain careful distance maintained between Cal and the others. Cal, for his part, seemed completely unbothered by, or perhaps was deliberately ignoring, the tension. He noticed me immediately, offering a small smile. The conversation around him paused briefly as the elders followed his gaze to me, their expressions shifting into carefully composed masks of respect and curiosity. With a respectful nod to the circle of elders, I looked around the hall. Despite the pavilion being almost full, the ceremony wouldn't properly begin for another half-hour. This was the mingling period, when the various factions and ranks of the academy could socialize under the pretense of honoring the new saint. For me, it was a perfect opportunity to relax and see how my former rivals were getting on. I spotted Eric Lemonov first, his golden hair unmistakable even in the crowded room. He was with a small group of what appeared to be fellow nobles, judging by their finery and bearing. As I approached, he noticed me and politely excused himself from his companions. "Saint Thomas," he greeted me with a formal bow. "The attire suits you well. You look every inch the saint." "Lord Lemonov," I replied, returning the gesture with a slightly shallower bow as befitted my new station. "Thank you for your kind words, though I'm still getting used to all of this." I gestured vaguely at my elaborate robes. "I imagine it must be quite the adjustment," Eric smiled. "From a village mill to the cerulean apex, perhaps the most dramatic rise in the Academy's history." I couldn't tell if there was any hidden meaning behind his words, but his tone seemed genuine rather than accusatory or suspicious. "It's been overwhelming," I admitted, deciding that honesty, or at least a version of it, might be the best approach. "I never imagined anything like this." "Few do," Eric nodded. "Even those of us raised with expectations of greatness rarely anticipate the exact form our path will take." He glanced around the pavilion thoughtfully. I had expected to be either celebrating my selection as saint or graciously accepting my role as a senior disciple today. Instead, I find myself in a curious middle ground, not selected, yet apparently still of interest to the elders. "Oh," I raised an eyebrow. "In what way?" "3 elders have already approached me about discipleship," Eric explained. "It seems my performance in the selection, while not sufficient for sainthood, was impressive enough to attract attention." He smiled again, more wryly this time. "Though I suspect my family connections don't hurt either." I returned his smile. "Well deserved, I'm sure. Your control during the test was remarkable. Knowing exactly when to stop, not pushing beyond your limits like—" I trailed off, suddenly aware that mentioning Amira's situation might be insensitive. Eric's expression sobered. "Like Amira?" "Yes, a tragic situation. Have you heard? She left the academy yesterday morning." "I hadn't," I replied, surprised. "I thought she was still in the medical quarters recovering." Eric shook his head. "The healers managed to stabilize her condition, but the damage to her cerulean vein was severe. She might be able to practice again someday, but—" He sighed. "It was apparently her decision to return home rather than remain here as a reminder of her failure. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation." I felt a pang of genuine sympathy for the young woman. According to what I'd gathered, candidates prepared their entire lives for the selection. To come so close only to have it all end in not just disappointment but physical injury, that had to be devastating. "I'm sorry to hear that," I said. "I hope she finds healing back home." A troubled expression crossed Eric's face. "Between us, Saint Thomas, I'm not sure she will. House Dawn has fallen on difficult times in recent years. They placed a great deal of hope in Amira's candidacy, perhaps too much pressure. Sometimes families can be our greatest support and our heaviest burden," I observed, thinking of the complex web of expectations that seem to entangle every noble family in this world. "Already building alliances, Lord Lemonov?" A voice called out, carrying just enough mockery to be noticeable without being openly offensive. "How enterprising of you." I turned to find Dorian regarding us with a carefully composed expression that didn't quite hide his displeasure. Unlike our previous encounter, he made only the most perfunctory of bows in my direction, technically respectful but clearly reluctant. "Saint Thomas," he acknowledged, the title sounding stiff on his lips. Congratulations on your unprecedented achievement. Thank you, Lord Valaris, I replied evenly. Your own showing in the selection was commendable. He gave a tight smile that didn't reach his eyes. Kind of you to say, though clearly not commendable enough. Millennials of dedicated service from House Valaris. 3 saints produced from our bloodline, and yet the blue sun favors new blood. The pause before new blood said everything about his true feelings. Eric shifted slightly, his posture becoming subtly protective. The blue sun's wisdom transcends our mortal understanding, Dorian. Its choice is not a rejection of tradition but an embrace of potential. Indeed, Dorian agreed, though his tone suggested otherwise. And I'm certain St. Tomas will grow into his potential admirably. After all, he has Elder Cal's guidance now. Quite the coup. Securing our most talented elder as a master. His eyes narrowed slightly. One wonders how you managed that particular feat. The implication was clear. He suspected some sort of manipulation or special treatment. The arrangements for my training were made by the elders, I replied calmly. I had no part in the selection of my master. Of course not, Dorian smiled thinly. How could you have? You've been here, what, a week? Barely time to learn your way around the academy, let alone influence such decisions. I was a little confused why he was determined to make an enemy out of me. Wouldn't it make more sense to at least be neutral, if not nice, to the new saint? Before the conversation could grow more uncomfortable, a deep voice interrupted from behind me. Some are chosen for bloodline, others for discipline, a few for raw talent. Bren Hart, the warrior monk from Stonehaven, stepped into our circle. The why matters less than the what comes after. His terse, direct manner of speech was almost refreshing after Dorian's veiled barbs. Brother Hart, I greeted him with genuine respect. Well met. Bren returned the greeting with a simple nod, his stoic expression unchanged. Saint, you carry the burden now. Stonehaven honors the Blue Sun's choice. Your monastery's traditions are ancient and respected, I acknowledged. I would welcome your insights in the days to come. This seemed to please him, earning a slightly deeper nod and what might have been the ghost of a smile. Wisdom comes in many forms, sometimes from unexpected sources. This last comment seemed directed at Dorian, who bristled visibly but held his tongue. Tell me, Bren, Eric asked, smoothly changing the subject. How long will you remain at the academy? Will you return to Stonehaven immediately, or stay for further training? A moon cycle, Bren answered. The Master Abbot desires observations on the transition. I am to learn and report. I found myself genuinely curious about Stonehaven Monastery. It had been referenced several times, always with respect even from the highest-ranked lightweavers. Your monastery practices a different form of blue sun cultivation than what's taught here, doesn't it? Bren nodded. Movement, form, discipline of body channels, discipline of light. We commune through motion, others through art. He gestured to Eric and Dorian. They paint. You two now, yes? Yes, I confirmed. Elder Cal is teaching me the painting method. Good fit, Bren said approvingly. Blue light flows differently through each vessel. Finding right method is key. There was wisdom in his simplicity, I realized. Despite his taciturn nature, or perhaps because of it, Bren cut straight to essential truths while others lost themselves in complexities. But your unusual resonance is concerning, Bren said suddenly. Concerning? I inquired, arching an eyebrow. Bren nodded solemnly. Stonehaven teachings warn that extraordinary power arriving unexpectedly often heralds extraordinary challenges to follow. His eyes, a pale blue that seemed almost colorless in certain lights, studied me with frank appraisal. The blue sun does not bestow such gifts without purpose. While I agreed with the general meaning behind his words, it didn't hold true to my situation. My unprecedented resonance was not gifted to me, but it wasn't like I could just come out and say that. I prefer to think of it as an opportunity rather than a challenge, Eric chimed in. Perhaps St. Thomas's unique connection to the blue sun is exactly what our academy needs in these troubled times. Dorian scoffed lightly. Troubled times? The academy stands stronger than it has in generations. Our only trouble is the persistent annoyance of the red sun cultists, and they've been a thorn in our side for millennia. The signs are there for those who choose to see them, Bren replied calmly. Increased raider activity, more frequent sun-touch transformations, the mysterious disappearances in the southern territories. He glanced at me, and now, an unprecedented saint from humble origins. You make it sound like I'm an omen of doom. I laughed lightly. Bren's expression remained serious. All change is an omen, St. Thomas. Whether for good or ill depends on the actions that follow. An uncomfortable silence fell over our small group. Eric looked thoughtful, Dorian skeptical, and Bren impassive as ever. I was searching for a way to steer the conversation back to safer territory when I spotted a familiar figure entering the pavilion. If you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I said, bowing slightly to my former competitors. I should greet Lady Varian. As I moved away, I heard Dorian mutter something that sounded suspiciously like, of course he would. But I chose to ignore it. Politics and jealousies were inevitable in a place like this, and I had more important matters to focus on. I made my way across the pavilion toward Leyland, noting how people approached her with respect but not the near reverence they showed me. It was strange how dramatically our relative positions had shifted in just a few days. When we first met, I was a refugee she had graciously taken under her protection. Now I was the saint and she was, what? A failed candidate? A potential ally? Something more personal? Lady Varian. I greeted her with a warm smile when I finally reached her. Her face lit up. Saint Thomas, she replied with a formal curtsy. You look quite magnificent in your ceremonial robes. And you look as lovely as ever, I responded, gesturing to her elegant light blue gown. Though I must admit, I feel rather like an imposter in all this finery. Nonsense, she said, stepping closer and adjusting the drape of my outer robe casually. If anything, you wear the dignity of your office more naturally than most nobles wear their birthright. Her eyes met mine. I hope you don't let the position change who you really are. I'm trying not to, I sighed. It's all happened so quickly, it hasn't quite sunk in yet. She nodded understandingly. I can imagine. Even though I was raised my entire life with the possibility of becoming saintess, I'm not sure I would have adjusted any better than you have. Her voice lowered slightly. Between us, I'm almost relieved it wasn't me. The burden you carry now. She trailed off, her expression somber. Do you regret participating in the selection? I asked, curious about her perspective. Leyland considered this for a moment. No, she said finally. It was expected of me, and I would never have forgiven myself if I hadn't tried. But now that it's over, I find myself faced with possibilities I never seriously considered before. Such as, a slight smile played at the corners of her mouth. I might request permission to conduct field research on the historical integration of blue sun techniques with traditional medicine. There are villages in the Eastern Territories where folk healers still use methods that supposedly date back to before the Sundering. I raised my eyebrows, immediately understanding the significance of her words. She was seeking knowledge outside the Academy's orthodox teachings, possibly even searching for traces of the dual cultivation her grandmother had practiced. That sounds fascinating, I replied carefully. I hope the council approves your request. And if they don't, she said with a hint of mischief in her eyes, well, I am still a Varian. We have ways of pursuing our interests regardless of official sanction. I couldn't help but smile at her subtle rebelliousness. She glanced around briefly to ensure no one was within earshot, then leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. Speaking of unconventional knowledge, I was wondering if you might still have that family heirloom I entrusted to you. I understood immediately what she was referring to, her grandmother's journal. I'm afraid not, I replied just as quietly, the memories of burning it and swallowing the ashes coming to mind. Disappointment flickered across her face, quickly replaced by resignation. You did what you had to do, she said softly. It was the right choice, even if. She didn't finish the thought, but I could see the sadness in her eyes. The loss of something precious, something that connected her to her grandmother and to a tradition that might now be lost forever. I memorized as much as I could, I offered, trying to provide some consolation. The principles, if not the exact words. Someday, when the time is right, perhaps we could. Leyland's expression brightened slightly. I'd like that, she said. After all, true knowledge resides not in objects but in understanding. My grandmother would have said that books are merely vessels. It's what we carry away in our minds that matters. There was a weighted pause between us. I was about to respond when I noticed a disturbance at the entrance to the pavilion. Professor Thera had arrived, looking distinctly flustered. Her wire-framed glasses were slightly askew, and she clutched a stack of papers to her chest as if they might escape if she loosened her grip. I really hoped those papers were not related to her forbidden experiments. Her gaze darted around the room nervously until it landed on Cal, at which point her expression became even more anxious. If you'll excuse me, I said to Leyland, I should greet Professor Thera. She was kind enough to guide me through my first days at the academy. Of course, Leyland replied with a small smile. We'll talk another time. I made my way across the pavilion to where Thera stood, still hovering near the entrance as if unsure whether to proceed further into the crowded space. Professor Thera, I called as I approached. She startled slightly, then adjusted her glasses and attempted to compose herself. Saint Thomas. I'm so pleased to see you. And congratulations, of course, on your ascension. Such an honor, truly remarkable, absolutely unprecedented in terms of resonance metrics. She was rambling, a nervous habit I'd noticed during our first meeting. But today there seemed to be an extra edge to her anxiety, an almost manic energy that hadn't been present before. Thank you, Professor, I said, gently interrupting her stream of words. I wouldn't be here if not for your guidance. That first lesson was invaluable. This seemed to center her somewhat. You're too kind, really. I simply provided the basic framework, your natural aptitude did the rest. She clutched her papers tighter, knuckles whitening. And now you're studying under Elder Cal himself. Such an opportunity. His mastery of painting techniques is unparalleled in the academy. I noticed how her eyes kept darting to where Cal stood among the elders, a mixture of reverence and apprehension in her gaze. He's been an excellent teacher, I smiled. Then, keeping my tone casual, I asked, how is your research progressing? You seemed quite engrossed in some fascinating projects last time we met. Thera's eyes widened momentarily, and she glanced around quickly before responding in a hushed tone. It's advancing remarkably well, actually. I've achieved stable integration in 3 consecutive trials, which suggests the underlying theory is sound. Of course, long-term viability remains uncertain, but the preliminary results are promising. I understood immediately what she was telling me. Her attempts to create hybrid beings that could channel both red and blue sun energies were yielding results. That's wonderful news, I said quietly. I'd be very interested in seeing your latest work sometime. Thera beamed at me, clearly pleased by my continued interest in her unorthodox research. I'd be honored to show you, perhaps next week, when things have settled down after your ceremony. The specimens in the 3rd growth chamber are particularly noteworthy. I'll look forward to it, I promised, genuinely intrigued by what she might have created. If her experiments were successful, they could provide valuable insights into how I might eventually integrate my own red and blue sun abilities. While I wasn't ready to try merging the powers of the 2 suns yet, it wouldn't hurt to gain inspiration. I was about to ask for more details when I noticed a subtle shift in the pavilion's atmosphere. The casual conversations were quieting, and people were beginning to move toward the center of the room, where a dais had been set up for the ceremony. I believe we're about to begin, I said, glancing toward the dais where Elder Soren now stood. Oh, yes, of course I should find my place, Thera said, flustered again. She made to move away, then paused. Saint Thomas, be careful with Elder Cal, she whispered, so softly I almost missed it. He's not. He's changed since his recent advancements. There are rumors. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. She didn't finish the thought, merely giving me a significant look before hurrying away to find a seat appropriate to her rank. I made my way toward the front of the gathering, where a place had been prepared for me just below the dais. As I walked, I thought about Thara's warning. What exactly did she know about Kel? Had she noticed inconsistencies in his behavior? Or was there something else entirely that had raised her suspicions? Mark that for future investigation, Azure suggested. Thara might know more than she's letting on. I nodded imperceptibly, filing the thought away as I took my position. From here, I had a clear view of Elder Soren on the dais, as well as the other elders arranged in a semicircle behind him. Cal stood slightly apart from the others, his posture relaxed but attentive. Elder Soren raised his hands, and the last whispers of conversation died away. Esteemed colleagues, honored guests, cherished students, he began. We gather today in celebration of a momentous occasion, the selection and anointment of a new saint. He paused, allowing his gaze to sweep across the assembled crowd before continuing. As many of you are aware, Headmaster Monroe is currently engaged in matters of great importance that have called him away from the academy. He has authorized me to lead this ceremony in his absence, with the full endorsement of the Council of Elders. I noted the careful phrasing, matters of great importance, rather than missing or disappeared. The academy was clearly controlling the narrative around the headmaster's absence. Traditionally, this ceremony marks the transfer of responsibility from one generation to the next, Soren continued. It is a time of continuity, of honoring the past while embracing the future. But today's ceremony is unique in ways that none of us could have anticipated. He turned slightly to look directly at me. The Blue Sun has not only chosen a new saint from among our candidates, but has blessed us with one unlike any before. Saint Thomas comes to us not from the noble houses that have traditionally supplied our sainthood, nor from the monastic orders that prepare lifelong disciples. He comes to us from the heart of the common people, from the very villages our order is sworn to protect. A murmur ran through the crowd at this explicit acknowledgement of my humble origins. I kept my expression serene, though internally I couldn't help but compare this to the political speeches back on Earth. How many times had I watched politicians emphasize their humble beginnings, their salt of the earth upbringing, their connection to real people? It didn't matter if they'd been wealthy for decades or had never actually struggled. The narrative of rising from simplicity to greatness was too powerful to ignore. Now, Elder Soren was using Tomas's village background the same way. In a way, Tomas's story was the perfect political narrative. The common boy elevated beyond all expectations, a divine miracle that validated the Blue Sun's wisdom, proof that the system worked, that anyone could rise to the highest position. Except they couldn't. Not really. Just like on Earth, where those humble beginning stories often glossed over family connections or exceptional privileges, this narrative ignored the impossible circumstances that had brought me here. No village boy could genuinely replicate Tomas's journey without being, well, possessed by an interdimensional cultivator with access to multiple sun energies and a Genesis seed protecting them from insanity. In the sacred chamber of the Cerulean Spire, Saint Thomas demonstrated a resonance with the Blue Sun's energy that exceeded our measuring formation's capabilities. The Elder continued. Where other candidates absorbed what they could safely contain, the Blue Sun itself increased the flow of energy to Saint Thomas by 300%, and still he showed no sign of strain. Another murmur, this one tinged with awe. I caught sight of Dorian's face in the crowd, his expression a complex mixture of disbelief and resentment. I had to admit that was fun to watch. We have consulted the ancient texts, the oracle pools, and the memory crystals of our predecessors, Soren declared. All signs point to the same conclusion. Saint Thomas will usher in a new era for our order, a time of transformation and renewal that will strengthen our sacred mission to protect this world from the corruption of the Red Sun. The sacred mission he spoke of was probably serving the entity that sought to breach this world's barriers. And now, Soren said, gesturing expansively, it is my honor to present Saint Thomas, who will address us all and bestow the blessing of the blue sun upon this gathering. As I rose to take my place on the dais, I felt the weight of hundreds of eyes upon me. This was the moment I had prepared for, my first public address as saint. I had rehearsed the words carefully. I could do this. I stepped onto the dais, turned to face the assembled crowd, and took a deep breath. And that's when I felt it, a violent shudder passing through my inner world. Master, Azure called out. The Genesis seed. It's receiving another vision. Time seemed to slow as I stood there, frozen in place, the expectant faces of the crowd blurring before me. Within my inner world, I could feel the Genesis seed convulsing, absorbing and processing the blue sun's communication. The timing was suspicious. Why send another vision so soon after the first? What had changed? Yet, regardless of the reason, if the blue sun really wanted a puppet show, then I would give one convincing enough to fool even Cal. The grand pavilion of the Blue Sun Academy gleamed under the soft luminescence of hundreds of floating light motes, each one a perfect sphere of cerulean radiance suspended near the vaulted ceiling. Cal stood at the edge of the raised dais, deliberately positioning himself apart from the other elders. He preferred it this way, close enough to observe without becoming entangled in their political maneuverings. After thousands of loops, he'd learned that distance was sometimes the most valuable perspective. His eyes swept across the gathering. Nearly 500 people filled the space, from wide-eyed acolytes experiencing their first formal ceremony to ancient elders who had witnessed countless such events. Cal adjusted the sleeves of his ceremonial robes, midnight blue with silver embroidery tracing constellations across the fabric. He rarely bothered with formal attire, finding it restrictive and unnecessarily ostentatious, but today's ceremony demanded adherence to tradition. Besides, appearing as expected helped deflect unwanted attention. Elder Soren was speaking with a group of senior disciples, his hands moving in emphatic gestures as he explained something of apparent importance. The old man was nothing if not theatrical, especially during ceremonial occasions. The headmaster's absence was conspicuous. Several elders had glanced toward the empty seat at the high table, their expressions carefully neutral, but Cal could read the tension in their postures. Good. Let them wonder. Containing Monroe had been necessary, difficult but necessary. Killing a rank 8 was nearly impossible, even for someone like himself. Had it been easy, Headmaster Hiron would have been dead dozens of loops ago. But trapping them? That required only the right preparation, the perfect location, and impeccable timing. For the remaining 5 weeks of this loop, no one would find the old man. Cal's lips thinned as he thought about Monroe. For someone supposedly leading the Order of the First Light, the headmaster seemed oddly resistant to confronting the Red Sun's corruption. Even when the saint relayed the Blue Sun's directives in previous loops, Monroe had counseled restraint, diplomacy, further study. The Red Sun is not our enemy, Monroe had insisted in a council meeting 10 loops ago. It is as much a part of our world as the blue. We must seek balance, not dominance. Such misguided thinking was dangerous. The entity beyond their world was using the Red Sun as its conduit, its gateway. The corruption was spreading, the barriers weakening with each passing day. There wasn't time for balance or restraint. There was only the necessity of action. Cal's gaze shifted to Elder Neria, who stood with several other senior lightweavers near the refreshment tables. Silver-haired and keen-eyed, she had that particular tilt to her head that meant she was observing him while pretending not to. A subtle smile touched his lips. By week's end, she'll be on her way to the northern reaches, far from his affairs. He had already set the groundwork, mentioning to Elder Soren how the ancient formations in the northern mountains had shown unusual activity. Someone of Neria's expertise should investigate, he had suggested casually. Her knowledge of historical energy patterns is unparalleled. It was true enough, Neria was indeed skilled in that area. What he hadn't mentioned was how, in 3 previous loops, She had uncovered his research into the sky fragment and raised questions that turned the council against him. Elder Cal. The soft voice broke through his thoughts. He turned to find Novice Khan standing a respectful distance away, head bowed slightly. The saint will be arriving shortly, Khan informed him. Elder Soren suggested you might wish to take your position with the other elders before the ceremony commences. Cal nodded, dismissing the novice with a gesture. He made no move to join the other elders, however. Let Soren fret about protocol. Cal would position himself when and where he deemed necessary. His thoughts returned to the coming weeks, mentally reviewing the adjustments required for his plans. Preparations required to infiltrate the Red Sun Academy will need to be completed. The Skybound that had taken House Dawn would need to be eliminated. The Stone Haven monks would require access to certain restricted scrolls to secure their support. And then there was Tomas, the village boy turned saint. The anomaly. Since becoming aware of the time loop, Cal had experienced many variations in events, countless small deviations that rippled outward to create new patterns in each iteration. But in all those thousands of loops, the selection had always concluded with either Leyland Varian or Eric Lemonov ascending to sainthood. Never had a commoner, and certainly not an untrained village boy with no apparent cultivation background, been chosen. Tomas's emergence was not merely unexpected. It was unprecedented. In the 4 days since the selection, Cal had been carefully evaluating his new apprentice. The boy was talented, certainly. His grasp of even complex energy patterns was instinctive, requiring minimal explanation. He absorbed techniques like a sponge, reproducing them with a precision that most disciples would require months to achieve. Yet despite this obvious aptitude, something about Tomas remained, not wrong precisely, but incongruent with what Cal's experience told him to expect from an untrained villager. For one thing, his composure was remarkable. Most new arrivals to the academy spent their first weeks in a state of perpetual amazement, overwhelmed by the grandeur and power surrounding them. Tomas exhibited appropriate awe, but it never seemed to destabilize him. He adapted with suspicious ease, as if accustomed to navigating unfamiliar environments. For another, his questions revealed a depth of thought unusual for someone of his background. During their lessons, Tomas would occasionally probe at the underlying principles of light weaving in ways that suggested a far more sophisticated understanding than his circumstances should allow, though this could be explained by his exceptionally strong resonance. But there was something in his eyes sometimes, a watchfulness, a calculation, that reminded Cal uncomfortably of himself. Still, Cal had found himself genuinely enjoying their training sessions. There was something refreshing about teaching a mind unsullied by aristocratic pretension or factional bias. Tomas approached light weaving with pure curiosity, unburdened by the weight of familial expectation that so often stifled noble disciples. For brief moments during those lessons, Cal could almost forget the crushing responsibility he carried. Teaching Tomas allowed him to remember what it felt like to simply appreciate the art of light weaving for its own sake, rather than as a weapon in his endless struggle. It was pleasant, dangerously so. You seem deep in thought, Elder Cal. Elder Thorn had approached silently, his skeletal frame barely disturbing the air around him. Ceremonial occasions tend to inspire reflection, Cal replied noncommittally. Thorn's mouth curved in what might have been intended as a smile. Indeed, particularly when they involve such unexpected developments. The Blue Sun's wisdom often surprises us, Cal said, the pious platitude rolling easily from his lips after countless iterations of similar conversations. Thorn's gaze remained fixed on Cal. Your sudden interest in mentorship is perhaps equally surprising. You've declined all previous opportunities to take disciples, despite numerous requests. Yet here you are, not having only volunteered but fought to guide a complete novice. The saint is hardly a typical disciple, Cal pointed out, and his resonance with the Blue Sun suggests extraordinary potential. Yes, his resonance. Thorn's voice dropped lower. Most unusual. Elder Neria has been researching historical records trying to find comparable precedents. She's found none. Cal kept his expression neutral. Perhaps that indicates just how significant this selection might be. Unprecedented times often call for unprecedented vessels. Unauthorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. Perhaps, Thorne conceded. Though one wonders what makes these times so unprecedented. The eternal struggle between the two suns has continued for millennia. What is different now? The question was too pointed to be casual curiosity. Thorne was fishing, probing for information. In previous loops, the gaunt elder had rarely shown interest in Cal's activities, preferring to remain a silent observer in most affairs. This direct approach suggested that something had changed in the current iteration. The patterns of raids have intensified, Cal replied carefully. The frequency of sun-touched transformations has increased. And now, a saint with unusual resonance emerges. I leave it to wiser minds than mine to interpret these signs, Elder Thorne. Thorne studied him for a long moment, then inclined his head slightly. Wisdom indeed, to know the limits of one's understanding. I look forward to observing how the new saint develops under your guidance, Elder Cal. With that, he drifted away, moving through the crowd like a shadow. Cal watched him go, filing away the interaction for later analysis. Thorne's interest was unexpected, another variable to account for. If he was working with Neria, your apprentice will soon arrive, Elder Soren said, suddenly appearing at Cal's side. It's nearly time to begin the ceremony. You should join us on the dais. Cal nodded. Of course, Elder Soren. As they walked toward the raised platform, Soren leaned closer. The other elders are concerned about Headmaster Monroe's continued absence, he said quietly. The search parties have found no trace of him. The headmaster often pursued his own agenda, Cal replied. I'm sure he has his reasons. Yes, but to miss the presentation of a new saint, Soren trailed off, his concern evident. It's unprecedented. Many things about this selection have been unprecedented, Cal pointed out. Perhaps they are all connected in ways we don't yet understand. Soren nodded slowly. Perhaps. Still, the council is considering organizing a more extensive search. Elder Neria has suggested forming a connection circle to attempt to locate his spiritual signature. That was concerning. A connection circle of high-ranking Lightweavers might actually succeed in detecting Monroe's presence in the pocket dimension. The containment wasn't designed to withstand concentrated probing from multiple rank 7 practitioners. And usually, the elders don't jump to such measures so soon. A waste of resources, Cal said dismissively. The headmaster is more than capable of protecting himself. If he doesn't wish to be found, no circle will locate him. We should focus on preparing the new saint for his duties instead. You may be right, Soren conceded. But Neria is quite insistent. She seems suspicious of the timing. Cal kept his expression neutral, though internally he cursed the woman's perceptiveness. This was why she needed to be removed from the academy as soon as possible. She had an unfortunate habit of asking the right questions at exactly the wrong time. Suspicion without evidence is merely imagination, Cal said quietly. Remind her of that. They reached the dais, where the other elders had already assembled. Cal took his position, deliberately standing slightly apart from the main group. Unlike Monroe, Soren was a true believer, unwavering in his devotion to the Blue Sun and its mission of protection and guidance. In every loop, Soren had supported the Saint's vision without question, marshalling the Academy's forces against the Red Sun practitioners with righteous fervor. It made him predictable, useful. Elders Neria and Thorne were speaking in hushed tones at the far end of the dais, occasionally glancing in Cal's direction. Their alliance was unfortunate but not unexpected. They had worked together in previous loops as well, though usually later in the cycle. A commotion near the entrance caught his attention. Tomas had arrived, resplendent in ceremonial blue robes that transformed the simple village boy into something approaching royalty. The transformation was remarkable, not just in appearance but in bearing. Despite his common origins, Tomas moved with a quiet confidence that commanded respect. Cal watched as the new saint navigated the crowd, pausing to speak with Eric Lemonov, then enduring a confrontation with the insufferable Dorian Valaris. Interesting. The politics of the candidates remained consistent, even with Tomas's unexpected appearance. Eric was gracious in defeat, Dorian bitter and entitled. Some patterns, it seemed, were universal constants across all iterations. Movement at the entrance caught his eye. Professor Thura had arrived, clutching a stack of papers to her chest, her eyes darting around the chamber until they found him. She looked away quickly, but not before he glimpsed the mixture of fear and fascination in her gaze. Their meeting yesterday had gone exactly as planned. He had approached her in her laboratory, catching her among her forbidden experiments, those curious plant hybrids that reminded him so much of the specimen Elder Malric had created in the Red Sun Academy. "Impressive work," he had murmured, watching her face pale. "You've achieved what many considered impossible, a stable fusion of both solar energies." Her stammered denials had been amusing. "They're just theoretical models, Elder Cal. Not actual." "Come now, Professor," he'd interrupted, gently lifting one of the small vine-like creatures from its containment sphere. "We both know what these are. The question is not what you're doing, but why." He had seen the calculation in her eyes, the rapid assessment of her options. Then, with surprising forthrightness, "He could have killed me, but he didn't. He taught me instead. I want to prove his theories were correct." "Elder Malric," Cal had nodded. "The Red Sun Academy's eccentric botanist." The shock on her face had been priceless. "How did you—" "I know many things, Professor Thura. More than you might imagine." He had set the small creature back in its sphere, watching it curl and unfurl its tendrils. "I also know your work could be valuable to me. This research into dual-energy integration. I have use for it." Fear and hope had warred in her expression. "You won't report me to the council?" "On the contrary," he had smiled. "I'll protect you, provide you with resources. All I ask is your discretion and assistance when the time comes." A simple enough arrangement. Her work might prove useful after the final confrontation with Hiron. He suppressed a flicker of guilt. Manipulating someone's genuine feelings, however misplaced those feelings might be, was never pleasant. But necessity often demanded unpleasant actions. As Cal watched the interaction between Thura and Tomas, he began making plans for the next cycle. The cycle would be dedicated to verifying Tomas's story personally, observing the raid on Porvale, watching to see if events unfolded as described. If they did, Tomas might prove a valuable ally in the cycles to come. If not, if he serves the entity beyond the breach, then he'll be added to the list of those who need to be eliminated at the beginning of each loop. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as permanent elimination. Cal had learned this through bitter experience. A dozen cycles ago, when he reached rank 8 for the first time, he had destroyed Lord Caven completely, obliterating not just his body but his soul as well. Yet when the loop reset, Caven returned, unmarked by the encounter, with no memory of his demise. The rules that governed the time loop remained frustratingly opaque, even after so many iterations. Soul magic affected loopers differently than it affected everyone else. That much Cal had confirmed when his own soul was damaged by a rival Lightweaver's attack in an early cycle. The injury had persisted across the loop reset, and became a reminder that some consequences transcended the cycle of time. But it seemed this was a weakness that only loopers had, or more accurately, being the sole looper, this was his only weakness. Sometimes, Cal wished for another. Someone who would remember, who could share the burden of knowledge that spanned 1,000 lifetimes. Someone with whom he could speak openly, without the carefully constructed lies he maintained for everyone else. At times, the weight of his solitary burden became almost unbearable. To live the same period over and over, to watch the same tragedies unfold, to carry memories that no one else shared, it was a special kind of isolation. No, he shook his head. He was better off alone. Such wishes were dangerous. Trust was a luxury he could ill afford, particularly if he encountered another looper. Would they be ally or enemy, working toward the same goal or pursuing their own agenda? The uncertainty made such a meeting as much threat as opportunity. A bitter smile touched Cal's lips as he thought of his cerulean vein, the Mandelbrot recursion pattern that had replaced his original design the day the loops began. He had lied to Tomas about creating it himself, a small deception among many. Before the loops, Cal had possessed a different cerulean vein entirely, a traditional cascade lattice design passed down through generations of lightweavers. Then, as a rank 3 practitioner, he had awakened one morning to find the pattern completely transformed, replaced by the infinitely recursive fractal that now defined his identity as a looper. Shortly after, he had experienced his first death, the most traumatic of all his endings. The memory remained vivid even after countless loops. Training in the Eastern Courtyard on a perfectly ordinary day, preparing for advancement trials. Then, without warning, the sky had torn open. A massive hand, larger than mountains, wreathed in energies that defied description, had reached through the breach, bringing destruction in its wake. Cal had never seen the entity itself. In those few loops where he survived long enough to witness the breach, that colossal hand was all that emerged before the world ended in chaos and pain. Its power had been absolute, annihilating most of the world's inhabitants in moments. It was then that he had acknowledged that he could not fight such a being alone. No single person could. So, driven by desperation, he had approached Elder Soren with the truth. Still only rank 3 himself, Cal had believed the Elder's power and wisdom might change their fate. The attempt had failed catastrophically. Soren had believed Cal insane, his mind corrupted by some unknown influence. It had taken dozen more loops to develop a strategy that convinced Soren of the truth. With meticulous planning, Cal had gathered evidence, presented prophecies that came true with perfect accuracy, demonstrated knowledge he couldn't possibly possess through normal means. Finally, Soren had believed. The Elder had attempted to change his own cerulean vein to match Cal's Mandelbrot recursion, a dangerous procedure under the best circumstances. The results had been catastrophic. Rather than joining Cal as a fellow looper, Soren had lost his sanity entirely, his mind fractured by the attempt to comprehend the recursive pattern. His death had been both painful and pointless. It was then that Cal had accepted that he was alone in this mission. Only he could save the world. Yet lately, something felt different. Not the events themselves, variation was normal across loops, small changes cascading into larger divergences. The butterfly effect was a constant companion in Cal's existence. No, this was something more fundamental, a feeling, an intuition born from thousands of cycles of experience. In all previous loops, time had seemed infinite, an endless resource to be used in pursuit of the perfect solution. Now, inexplicably, Cal felt a new urgency, as if the loops themselves might be finite after all. Time was running out, he didn't know how or why, but he could feel it. Sometimes, in his darkest moments, Cal wondered if he was trapped in a kind of purgatory. Perhaps the entity had already won in some distant past, and this endless cycle was merely its way of toying with the remnants of a conquered world. Or perhaps the loop itself was a defense mechanism, the world's last desperate attempt to find a solution by giving one individual infinite chances to solve an impossible problem. These thoughts led nowhere useful. Cal pushed them aside, focusing instead on the immediate situation. The ceremony was about to begin.